Қайырлы таң, құрметті әріптестер, және Kazakhstan.
Good morning, dear colleagues, and also the participants of the 10th Congress of the Financiers. I would like to greet you all with the Day of the National Currency, and I'd like to congratulate all financiers with their professional holiday. So in the recent years, we have to state the fact that the Congress is taking place in a very turmoil times, but we would gladly like to know that the financial union embraced the challenges in a prepared manner, and despite the slowing of the economic growth, the banking sector of the country shows the sustainable development and is still the sustainable source of the loan assets for the business. For the 3 quarters of this year, the new products have been introduced, new technological solutions have been implemented to provide the services for brokers, investment bankers, insurance companies, and microfinance organizations. To preserve the growth trajectory, we need to understand what external shocks must be embraced. Is there an opportunity to mitigate their impact on the economy of the country, and what is the price that we would have to pay? By McKinsey's estimate, the pandemics has created the earthquake impact that gave rise to tectonic shocks and set the fourth stage of the global economic recession. The first 2 stages were the follow-ups of the Second World War, and the third one was the collapse of the USSR. What will be the outcome of the post-pandemic era? The only obvious thing is that we have to adapt to the living in the uncertainty conditions. So the Kazakhstan would become the part of international market in the condition of the growing inflation and instability in the markets, and the restructuring of the markets that we observe opens the new window for Kazakhstan. What is needed so that the financial sector development would be relied on the Kazakhstani economic development would be discussed at the first plenary session with the participation of the heads of the state agencies and the largest financial institutions. The second session would be dedicated to the issues of interaction of the financial institutions and the real sector entrepreneurs, the strengthening of trust and readiness to make efforts on mitigation of the risks and transformation of the forms of the public support of the entrepreneurs. And throughout the panel discussion today, we will discuss the growth points for insurance and capital markets, the extension of the opportunities for institutional and retail investors, and status of the digital Tеңге project implementation, a national payment system, and the transparent open bank. The relevance of subjects and participation of the authoritative speakers would help us to discuss the way in the condition of global uncertainty and movement and a path towards in interest of the improvement of our citizens' well-being. So we announced the 10th Congress of the Financiers open. So I would like to give the floor to the Deputy Head of the Administration of Republic of Kazakhstan, Timur Suleymanov. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. So in this 10th anniversary Financiers Congress in the financial capital of the country in Almaty, and by the order of the head of the state, I would like to voice his introductory address. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to congratulate you at the 10th annual Financiers Congress of Kazakhstan. attributed to the daily national currency, day of financiers. So our financial system has come a long way in overcoming the global crises, and this is, of course, was made with the contribution of all of you as the professionals of your trade, and even more high-scale challenges are set upon us. The development of financial sector is of strategic importance for the country. In the difficult period, the state has given support to the financial industry, and now it's the bank's turn to support the business and its needs in funding. We have more than 1.5 million SME subjects in the Kazakhstan's economy that are going to be the drivers of the progress, and the monetary policy and regulation has to set a foundation for further economic development. And for this, the banking instruments has to be extended, and the new financial innovations and technologies has to be implemented. As systemic measures has to be taken to develop the stock market that should be as attractive as a banking funding for the business. A new impulse could be given for the economy rise could be given by the insurance sector, and overall our plans and goals has to be set within one goal: the improvement of our citizens' well-being. And I'm sure that the solutions of the forum would find its practical incarnation in the steps that are going to be taken. And availing the opportunity, I would like to congratulate you with their professional holiday and wish you a successful move forward. ژلттықBank, thank you. Dear participants, our Congress is being held in the southern capital of Kazakhstan, in Almaty, and allow me to read the statement from the Akim of Almaty, Yervladosayev. So throughout 10 years, the Congress has been the place for the constructive discussion and exchange of opinions for the lead marketplace. The main subject in 2022 was the role of the financial branch and challenges it embraces, and the opportunities for the growth, which is of importance in the line of the economic reforms initiated by the president of our country, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, in the conditions of volatility and instability and geopolitical tension in various corners of the world. And I'm sure that the ideas that are going to be discussed at the forum's platform would provide a foundation for balanced solution for the Kazakhstan's economy in the near perspective. Dear colleagues, in continuation of our Congress, for the presentation of the digital Tenge project, we would like to invite the chair of the joint stock company, the Center for Development of Payment and Financial Technologies of the National Bank of Republic of Kazakhstan, Binur Zhalenov. Dear colleagues, good morning. I'd like to congratulate you with the national holiday. My name is Binur, and now I'm honored to deliver the presentation on the digital Tenge project to such a honorable audience. And I'd like to start with a macro perspective. The national currencies are becoming the subject of the global trend. More than 90 central banks are being actively involved in the discussion of digital currencies, and around 30 of them are running pilot projects of the digital currencies. And I would like to note the Chinese People's Republic, the digital yuan that is being implemented in 19 provinces, and the turnover currently is more than $1.5 billion. Our neighbors from the National Bank of the Russian Federation have announced the implementation of the digital ruble in 2023. The decision was taken in 2021, and right now an active research is being done with participation of the members of the market. And this year, President Biden has announced that the subject of the implementation of the digital currencies has to be researched on a broader level. And we see the implementation of the digital Tenge as a third form of settlements, and it was going to combine the means of the both cash and non-cash means. And So basically, it is secured by the government in person of the National Bank, and its anonymity was close to the cash assets, so it can be used for payments online in online shops, and it's quite would be done quite comfortably, like we see it with the electronic money. So it has its unique properties thanks to the tokenization properties. So the programmability of the smart contracts opens the way for the state agencies and the market players, and for our consumers, we would have additional functions. Is the restoration of the access to the wallet where the digital Tenge is stored, and the restoration of access without infringement of the anonymity of the rights of the citizens. And we've paid a special attention to the fact that the digital Tenge would be a complement to the existing system, not the substitute of the Tenge. So to get to this state, we've been led by 4 principles. So the first one is that we use it as a two-level architecture, and we count that the operation of digital Tenge would be, first of all, used by the financial intermediaries, second-level banks, payment organizations, and so on and so forth. And it's not a secret that being a commitment of the central bank, it may lead to uncontrolled liquidity movements. So it's very important so that the digital Tenge would be designed in such a way so that it would be a payment mean. And third, principal thing, we consider that the consumers of the interest are above all, and the design of the anonymity and traceability will leave the maximum control what data are available is basically governed by the users, and we've designed it in a way so it would prepare us for the challenges that are relevant today and that are just coming forward, tokenization and the development of other trends. But if speaking particularly, the digital Tenge would open the next opportunities for all of us. These are 5 basic opportunities. First, quite obvious one. So in the digital Tenge technologies, we have the chain of online transactions, which means that I can go offline, make a payment from one device, and I can enter another device, and that could be done numerously. And we see that such a functionality would make the online payments even more available, especially given the places with limited access to internet, and it would help to cover that part of the population that right now remains uncovered because of the basic lack of the financial and technical infrastructure. So within our pilot project, we've tested the programmability of the tokens. So we have a special token that is issued, that could be spent specifically for a particular commodity or within a particular period of time that can be traced. But of course, we understand that it is important to preserve the right of the citizens for the anonymity. So it was important to set the balance between these two values. So for this, we've developed the marking and reverse marking of tokens. So, for example, for receiving welfares in digital Tenge, we have the traceability, but as soon as these money have been spent, they are being marked as a regular digital Tenge that are not being traced. So with such a mechanisms and combination of regulation and other approaches, we can we see that we will be able to reach this balance. And the third factor is the transboundary and bulk payments. So in scenarios where the financial intermediaries are involved, we see the potential of smart contracts, and tokenization would help to reduce the number of intermediaries, which are right now serve as a points of trust. The trust is being automated with the help of the blockchain technology and the opportunity of integration of our platform with other platforms that is being used by other banks. And the fourth, and even I think the most important, and we think that the digital Tenge platform would allow the market and the second-level banks to create new products and new business models with the help of smart contract. We study these opportunities with the market members, and we would elaborate on that a bit later. And the fifth element is the tokenization and decentralized financing and digital assets This is a reality today, and we see this trend is going to grow. And it's not just about the decentralized currencies, but about the tokenization of the real assets, and the digital Tenge infrastructure would serve as an efficient infrastructure to become the bridge between these two worlds. And we would tell about this in a bit more detail in this presentation and throughout our demonstration in the whole. At this, we understand that the implementation of the digital Tenge is quite a significant intervention in how the financial architecture of the country is designed. So in 2022, we made an emphasis on the balanced approach. So we've taken the recommendation of the World Economic Forum, World Bank, and International Monetary Fund. We think the solution is it possible to implement the unique solution that meet the needs of our citizens that has been voiced in the previous slide. And to address this issue, we've developed 7 criteria with the different estimate methods to see the impact and how we use the technologies. So we use the questionnaires, economic modeling, discussion with the market members, and which is very important. We have established an expert panel from independent experts, the employees of the IMF, International Settlement Bank, so they would assist us in developing the balanced recommended solution. And I'd like to start in the context of this decision-making process with the most significant issue, the economic design. So it was in a focus of our attention since the initiation of the project. As I have already said, one of the basic principles of the digital Tenge was that initially it has to be the payment means, so the liquidity wouldn't flow from the deposits and the accounts. So we've said initially, and we've still keep this position. So we preserve the commitment to two-level system, and we're not planning to compete with the market members. And we're not saying that thanks to digital Tenge we would have some mobile apps that would provide commercial services to the market members. The two-level system is a basic priority, and we understand that that life makes its own changes. That there are shock situations when the liquidity may flow. So it is important to stipulate the instruments, the two instrumentation of control and regulation. So, for example, when the consumer would take a decision to transfer large amounts of money from his current accounts to digital Tenge, it should be regulated to assess the risks and more specifically. We have had a number of economic research, and since there is no empiric data to build a model upon, for this we use the approaches that have been applied to the banks of Canada, Sweden, and the IMF, which in essence models how the exception of digital Tenge affects the macroeconomic indicators and the economy. So to be able to model the demand for digital Tenge, we've had 2 representative questionnaire among 3,000 consumers, have built the model upon it, and the model of impact. So speaking of the basic outcomes, 60% of express their readiness to use the digital Tenge after they have been clarified what this is. And by our model, the optimum level of digital Tenge involvement around 10% of the GDP, and with account of our research, the forecasted level of digital Tenge amounts to 6.2%. So the basic outcome there is no forecast of significant flows of liquidity. So for shock scenarios, we stipulate such steps of regulation as control for the amount of funds that could be transferred from into the digital format, and vice versa.
speaking about technological platform, more details during the whole day. We're ready to explain it and provide more details. But basically, we should understand the technological platform. It is infrastructure, first of all, based on which the participants of the market they show the value for the end users. And we have designed this technical platform, this functionality out of the box. It will be easy and available and easily integrated at the second-tier banks for the providers of payment services. And this year, we have expanded that prototype that was designed already. We have tested in details how this programming of token works and the chain of transactions, and great attention was given to the anonymous aspect of the consumers. And we have consulted the second-tier banks representatives. We have piloted the platform together with the participants of the market based on the real consumers, and we have provided interoperability based on the financial sector. So in general, the outcome is simple. Speaking about the technological realization, the functional is being realized. We need the time to get to the targeted aim, about 36-40 months, and we should draw attention to those questions about the comfortable integration and with other payment systems, and expanding the service into cross-border payments. And the great attention should be given that the technology itself, it is soulless box, and it would not give that prosperity that we announce. And all these values that we're talking about, it is possible to be achieved only when we have the collaboration for us as providers and participants of the market. And having this efficient collaboration, we can achieve that welfare, and we need to work on that operational model that will be mutually beneficial for us and for the consumers as well. So we have such schemes and operation models that will be mutually beneficial, and in our final report we will present it. And speaking about the pilot that was this year, we have some figures. 5 days, 24/7, this pilot was functioning for real consumers. It was pretty simple. The consumers, they've downloaded the application of the market participants. Then there was this digital Tenge, and they could use it to pay for the services in some trade chains by means of QR code, and then offline when it was transferred, then NFC protocol was used, and we had more than 3,500 transactions, 68% of which were done by means of the specific digital Tenge. Everything was working in a stable mode, and functional, non-functional characteristics and features. So the outcome is pretty much simple, and it means that technologically it is achievable after some corrections and additions. Speaking about cybersecurity and speaking about the programming, we tested different scenarios, digital vouchers and digital Tenge on the period of usage, and then speaking about the goods that could be used, and the limit of the transaction amount in this trade service entities. And that was the demo scenario. I would like to mention this, and the logic of its talking we can basically apply within the frameworks of their commercial ideas. So this technology works really efficiently from this point of view. If we're speaking about the work with market participants from the very beginning, that was a priority, and such these projects cannot be realized in the office. It is really important to take into consideration the opinions and interests of market participants. This year, we have created such a platform as Digital Tenge Hub, which has joined the collaborator and our international colleagues from international organizations and other organizations. And within the frameworks of this platform, we are trying to have open discussions. We have Telegram chat, all possible convenient formats, and we're always ready to discuss all the questions. Also, we had this ideatum, this competition and contest of ideas. We take into consideration those opportunities to work and design on different ideas, which commercial projects can be realized based on that technology that we propose. We had about 15 applications. Some of them were very interesting, and some of them we have been realizing already within the framework of our sandbox, and we will test how it works. We have the pilot that I've mentioned earlier, and we have the technological sandbox for all market participants. Any kind of bank or payment organization that is interested in testing and to play with this digital tenge, they can request for the access to the sandbox, and they can pilot any kind of scenario before actually its integration. And of course, this work will be going on next year as well. In case of the launch, if we accept the final decision about implementing the digital tenge, then this targeted condition will take 3 years approximately, and we think that will be step by step, which means next year, in case of the positive decision, some functionalities will be available for our consumers, and this functionality will be grown. So basically, next year it will be available about the programming of the targeted token, and then 2024 offline will be available, and in 2025 it will be the targeted condition integration with third-party platforms. As a resume, I would like to mention 3 important theses. Of course, the final decision was not made yet, but it will be done by the end of the year, before the 15th of December. According to the tradition, we will publish our white paper, the detailed report according to our open transparency policy, what kind of risks we will face, how we will address these risks, and we'll share the results of economical modeling, including the first sources of the data, and take into consideration all of it and the model of the decision that we have worked on. We will make a decision if we need digital tenge for our economy or we don't need it. The preliminary results demonstrate that digital tenge can bring the benefits to our economy, to our consumers, first of all. But again, very important to coordinate the efforts efficiently as regulator, provider of the infrastructure, and market participants to have the synergy and to achieve the welfare for our consumers. And also, we think that the development of industry and the global trends in other countries cannot be ignored, and now we need to be ready, implement and test to be ready for challenges of tomorrow. If we don't do it today, then I'm afraid we will be way back sufficiently, drastically way back, and our infrastructure will not be ready at the moment when it's supposed to be ready. And again, efficient and relevant to the challenges of today's innovation infrastructure. That's the common interest of all stakeholders, of us as regulator, you as market participants, and in this an efficient coordination will be able to construct that kind of decision that will provide the benefit for our providers. At 12 o'clock, we will have the demonstration of what we have designed and worked on, what we worked on this year. Any guest of this forum will be happy to see you near this stand, and the functional is available for this digital tenge offline for payment. We're ready to explain how this mechanism works, to show the back end. So we'll be happy to see you. Thanks again for this opportunity to share the results of this research. Thank you so much. Dear participants, we are ready to get to the panel session. I would like to invite our participants of our panel session, the chair of the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and Abulkasimova Madina, the chair of the Agency of the Republic of Kazakhstan regulating and development of the financial market, Suleymanov Timur, the first Deputy of Administration of the Administration of the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, then the Chair of Narodny Bank, and Mr. Lamtadze, the Chair of the Management Board of nationalbank.kz, Mr. Jandosov, the Director of the Center of Economical Analysis, Rutgers. Okay, distinguished colleagues, we're ready to start our panel's plenary session. It is called The Crediting of the Economy, the Role of the Government and Financial Institutions of Kazakhstan. About the necessity of expanding the access of the business to the loan means, it was discussed at the parliament and the government and the mass media. The aim of today's discussion is to understand about the assessment and evaluation from the position of state authorities and large financial institutions regarding these issues, and what should we do so the growth of the credit policy would lead to the sustainable growth of the economy, and how to avoid the economical risks that Kazakhstan has already faced? Is it really forecasted, the macroeconomical environment, to provide such growth? As we know, the monetary regulator is to provide the stability of prices. At the same time, the tools and instruments of credit policy, especially of the base rate, has the impact on funding of the banks and speaking about the growth of the economy. So my first question is to you, Mr. Galimjanov. The following decision, as we know, it will be announced about the basic rate. It will be announced in December. In October decision, the National Bank has mentioned about the reaction of the national policy in regards of inflation, then forecasted evaluation and other macroeconomical indicators. It can be reconsidered, and National Bank will consider the further restriction of the credit financial conditions as the previous increase of base rate was not enough, and then possibility of such scenario was really high. Could you please elaborate? According to the results of this inflation, in October it was 18.8%. That was the record since 2007. What are your forecasts and expectations on inflation and about the future base rate? That October increase, it was not the last one. And in general, what can you say about the call of some government and deputies of the parliament to decrease the base rate in order to provide more opportunities for credits to be available? Thank you, Irina Leonidovna. Good day, dear colleagues. We are really happy to see you here being healthy, and I would like to congratulate you with our professional day, the professional day of the national currency. When it comes to the base rate, you have said it correctly. Yes, the team is working on updating of our comprehensive forecast, and according to this forecast and based on this data and some other macroeconomical factors, we will make a decision. And if it's going to be essential, we are ready to increase the base rate once again. And the decision itself, of course, on the 5th of December will be announced. And from this point of view, I don't think that something has changed during the 3 weeks. We always make this decision based on the data, forecast, and inflation expectations and other macro factors. But when it comes to the second part of your question, in regards of this public calls of the members of the government and parliament on decreasing and reduction of this base rate, I would like to provide some comments. First of all, I'm very positive in regards on discussions on the base rate and professional environment. And I can see that more and more we can face the understanding about the logic of our decisions. We have these discussions going on, and we have those who say that rate is too low. We have others who can say that this rate is too high. But I really like that in this professional environment we have some sort of discussion which is more informative than in social media, and we support this. Then, when it comes to the idea of this public statements and of the members of the parliament and the government, we should understand that mostly it leads to the contrary results. They want to reduce and decrease this rate, but I would like to explain the logic why it brings the absolutely contrary results. In short-term perspective, of course, National Bank will not reduce this rate because we base our decisions on data, on our forecast, and there is an element that this monetary credit policy is independent, but the long-term aspect about this curve of the income, then it depends on the intensive aspects of this cause and mandate of National Bank. The professional participants of this market, they can change it to the higher one based on the idea, can National Bank keep this independent monetary policy and to provide the stability of prices on a long-term horizon, and it gives this controversial results for the investment to the economy in this curve of the income. That long-term position, this aspect, it provides some kind of guidance from the position of the loan money, and I wish that we understand a little bit more how it can be reflected on the mood of the professional market participants that follow, and they assess it independently, the possibilities of financial institutes to provide the results according to their mandate. And we have started to have the review and survey with professionals speaking about macroeconomic factors, 11 participants. We will publish this questionnaire, and we share with our forecast, and we will keep working in this aspect. And again, speaking about the state, everything will depend on our forecast. On the 5th of December, we will announce our decisions. Thank you, Mr. Gomzhalozhevich. That's clear that we shouldn't have some hopes, I guess. But again, not just deputies and politicians, but the entrepreneur community, they expect more active crediting and from the side of the bank, which means accepting additional risks in this not very simple macroeconomical situations. Probably the next question will reach you, Ms. And if we speak about the sustainable model, further decisions on the crediting from the position of the bank, take into consideration like the lessons being learned, and based on those reports of the external assessment of the 2019, we have identified that the expectations of credit losses is in the segment of small business and the sphere of real estate. In those sectors that actually show pretty good growth, if we talk about the beginning of this year. In your opinion, this credit portfolio can grow up in which extent before it leaves this safe, relatively safe zone? Thank you so much, Ms. Elena, and taking this opportunity, I would like to congratulate the participants of Congress, the Day of National Currency, Financiers Day, and to wish you all the best. This current year was not simple, and the bank sector was developing in very complicated economical conditions, then strengthening the inflation, the credit terms, and sanction limitations, and of course, slowing down the economical activity. But despite all these factors and aspects, we have the positive dynamics of creating the economy, in particular, those credits and loans during 9 months, it has grown 14.1%, and SME, it is 6.8%. So from the position of this safe zone, leaving this safe zone, we should consider the indicators of the sufficiency of the capital and equity about the sustainability of the bank in order to grow the credit of the economy. Here we can see the further development, growing and increasing the high-quality credit, and we should avoid the repetition of those mistakes and that situation when the active crediting of the economy was along the growth of the stress assets or the balance of the bank. It was too expensive for the country, and that state support that was provided to protect the interests of the non-payable banks. And all these lessons were learned, and based on that, in 2019, we had the risk-oriented surveillance, and it started being implemented since 2021. First of all, these annual assessment, not just quantitative indicators of bank activities, but the qualitative business assessment of the processes inside the bank. And that QA that was had in 2020, it was not just increasing the trust of investors. We could realize the real situation in bank system, but also we have realized the qualitative transformation of business processes that the banks have done during these 3 years. Efficiently, they have transformed our internal business processes on assessment of the credit risks and the correct forming of provisions, and of course on the devolution of these credits, etc.
So right now, this year, we've completed virtually this 3 years plan on EQR. So they have been completed by 85%, and all is left is the automatization of these business processes. And in this regard, we have the confidence that the new loans that have been issued to economic subjects are provided with the account of more quality loan underwriting. So 2 more important elements I would like to note as a regulators is the implementation of regular EQR, despite the independent EQR that is being done by the financial regulators, so which is being done every 5 to 10 years. So we've implemented the annual EQR. We've improved the methodology applied by the independent assessors. So, and we've had the regular EQR. So we've completed by 17th of October this year, and we have outcomes. On the whole, the provisions accumulated we assess as 3.2 points. So the sufficiency capital level by the EQR results is increased by from 1.7 to 15.19%. So on the whole, these are good results because this shows that banks have enough. They have enough stability to grow the quality loan provision for economy. As for the coming out of the comfort zone, so how can we increase the loan portfolio without creating risks for the bank sustainability? Of course, depends on many internal and external factors, and first of all is the macroeconomic environment. And I think that the struggle with inflation is of utmost priority, and the decrease of inflation expectations, decrease of the inflation rate to a target level, right now is the first and foremost priority to be met. And in this concern, we considered that despite the high basic interest rate, the monetary agencies give the adequate response to the exacerbating macroeconomic conditions. What can be done by us as regulators to increase the loan provision? We've looked at a whole range of the prudential tools that we have, and with account of the suggestions of the members of financial market, and with account of the balance between the stability and loan provisions for economy, we've stipulated the regulatory mitigations is the decrease of decrease from 1.1 to 0.8% by Basel standards. So also we have decreased the regulatory requirements on the pledge policy of the banks. So we have increased the liquidity ratio on the pledge that is being taken as a commitment for the loans, and we hope that this regulatory measures would help to, in a sort of way, alleviate the negative impact we have because of the increase of the interest rate, and to find funds for further extension of loan provision. Thank you very much, Madina Yaroslavna. Thank you very much. quite a detailed coverage. So, could you say that, in your opinion, the risks that you faced in the SME and real estate domains, have they changed since the 2019 EQR? I think it's the most important. Basically the chief question we try to address within the framework of regular EQR loan quality assessment. As you know, that EQR was completed in March 2020. So it was the assessment of the bank status at the end of 2019. So there was a lot of restructurization, mitigations because of the pandemics, and how they affected the quality of loan portfolio was a very important questions for us to tackle. So the regular EQR assesses the status of the assets with account of all these 3 years. What you ask about are more future credit risks, and we consider that they've increased in banking sector, and it's also concerned not just with the slowing of the economic activity, but with the severance of macroeconomic conditions that we observe. But it's of course it's the future expectations, so the future credit risks, how they being made a part of the bank's assessment. For this, we have the supervisory stress testing. So it's the third element of risk supervision. We have started it in March this year, and it's going to be completed March the following year. And we see how these credit risks are being reflected in the bank's balance sheets. Thank you very much. So my next question would be to you, Timur Muratovich. It just so happened that we've always assessed the performance of the economy loan provision through the share of the loan portfolio, and our president noted that our policy would be aimed to meet the long-term goals of the state. Is not just to meet the abstract figures of the economic growth, but provision of wide opportunities and improvement of the quality of life of all our compatriots. So if we put it into the financial context, should we then leave this correlation of the loan portfolio to GDP? Why am I speaking about this? It's not a secret that our GDP's growth speed depend on the oil incomes, and they depend on the price shifts. So maybe we should set another target indicators to assess the banking sector development. How do you see it? Thank you very much, Leonidovna, for your question. I think that, of course, in any decision of state scale decisions, when formulating the state policy, we should take into account the macro level and even micro level, the level of some enterprises. So completely drop out these GDP's metric, because there are international comparison. We have to compare ourselves with the developing countries, with our neighbors, to understand where are we going. And in this respect, this indicator should be in place. But I absolutely agree that upon formulating the policies, the decision-making process, this alone is not enough. And if you, just to remind you, in last month we've had such an exercise. What is the loan to GDP's ratio in our country? Because I remember during the last Congress, and especially throughout the pandemic and post-pandemic period, we had a very popular opinion that we have a parallel financial system established at the expense of either state agencies or state support measures that are implemented through the second-level banks. And this is partially true, and this was especially true in the post-pandemic, immediately after the pandemic period. And we've assessed how strongly the state is represented in the financial sector, and it turned out that not so much. But getting back to this group, if we would add the loans of the Bank of the Development of Kazakhstan, the agricultural corporation loans, and if we would add the loans given to the individual entrepreneurs, and it's quite a broad term in our country. In many other countries, they would be fully interpreted as the subject of business. And if we would take take this fully, it would change the situation by 4 or 5% of GDP. Why I'm saying in this is that in our statistics, when the final decision is taken either on the prudential regulation or interest rate, we need more fine balance, more fine tuning, more subtle analysis. So, as we have agreed, the National Bank would publish more elaborate, more detailed statistics, so not just to forget the international comparison, but also domestically, we would see how it is changing with account of our specific state support system, our specific conditions of the business development conditions. And in this respect, I think that the picture that we see, it is slightly more optimistic if we would look at the loans to GDP. So here I'd like to assure that taking just one figure, the investments, loans to GDP, and base a decision on that, or state agencies won't do that, or we would basically rely our instrumentation on the fine-tuning. Thank you very much. The statistics is quite a stubborn thing. So, but it all depends how it is being presented and how it is then being analyzed. 5% of GDPs that fall on a quasi-state sector is quite a high number, not quasi-state. This is a quasi-state, B, the state measures implemented via the second-level banks, and C, the most important, maybe the most significant, but a very large element is the loans to the individual entrepreneurs. No, the loans to the economic subjects, as the National Bank assess them, is the loans to the legal entities. As far as I know, this work is ongoing, and in the nearest time, the National Bank would publish the statistics that would not just include the loans of the commercial sector, the bank loans, but the breakdown by business and breakdown by loans to population. So could you please go on? Yes, we have already started, and we're going to disclose the extended information on the loans that would include everything. So it's around 5 trillion Tenge above the second-level banks is added to the economy. If you take into account the National Pension Fund that also provides the long-term funds via the equities. We have started to publish it, and I hope that this information would provide a wider window of opportunities for decision-making process for business entities and state agencies. We can look at this from two sides. From this financial sector point of view, we can look at it without the state support measures and state institutions. We can understand that, but from the point of view of macroeconomical development and the economic system on the whole, we should look at the loans in the economics wherever they come from. We clearly have a distinction between that. So we've added the state measures, and we have quite a better pictures. No, we understand that, and we distinguish that between these two. Thank you very much. Yes, I understand that everybody waits for the for loan granting, but we were said by Medina that a balance loan is required. Then I'd like to address to you, Medina, and you know the entrepreneurs, your clients, to whom you provide the loans. And could you please tell us, by the data of the National Statistics Bureau, among the industrial companies, only 13% expect improvement in the economic operation in the nearest time. Maybe your entrepreneurs, that your clients, they feel themselves better than the other participants who participated in the poll, and they're maybe more optimistic on their perspectives. So what you consider, what banks need to improve the optimism in the loan granting domain? So first of all, I'd like to congratulate all participants of today's Congress with the anniversary 10th Congress of the Financiers, with our professional holiday, and a very important holiday, Tenge, which is an attribute of our independence. So for us, it is important to preserve, especially given today's situation, our economic and political independence. So I consider that all the issues that are being raised at this platform with participation of respected professionals and regulators that affect many decision-making processes. That is very important. So we have this Financiers Congress in quite special conditions. And health, prosperity, and peace to all of you. As per the entrepreneurs and the loans and the situation in the economy overall, I would like to say that when the world is basically faces such global challenges, the increase of inflation, increase of interest rate, it's the wars that are taking place in our regions, in the domestic situation, when we have economic challenges, political challenges. I would like to say that I would say that this is a state of concern, that our clients are concerned, and many address to us with questions: what would happen next, and what would be your recommendation? Whether we should apply for loan, or we should pay the loan. So with such a high interest rate, there is a positive side that is being reflected in the accumulation of the funds, the deposits of legal entities and individuals, and in Tenge. This is for the first time when the correlation in the retail deposits portfolio, 70% are in Kazakhstan and Tenge, and the 30% are in the US dollars. So it's considered to be a positive trend. On the other hand, the increased interest rate is a huge element. So applying for loan with a count of 16% of basic interest rate and 3% and minimal 3% of overlap of the margin rate of the second level banks. So of course it would affect decrease the profitability of banks. On the other hand, it decreases the appetite for loans. And however we would call upon to apply for loans, the entrepreneurs are not very much optimistic, and they're saying no. Right now, I would say this is the opinion of majority, that we would sit it out this high interest rate period, the economic uncertainty and challenges period, the overall decrease of the funds in population. So people spend more and more for food and less for some commodities or some investments. So for entrepreneurs, it would also mean that there's a loss of the consumers' paying capacity. So that means the decrease of their payers' capacity. So the business needs support. It has to be saved, and there are positive elements, that there are opportunities, but it more refers to large and middle companies that see the opportunities for transfer and establishment of new production facilities in the countries of our nearest neighbors. From our neighboring countries to Kazakhstan, we see it from the side of the foreign companies that had their businesses in Russia, and they apply to us regarding the condition of the transfer of their production facilities, and our businessmen who has partners. And this is a positive trend. Yet again, with the higher interest rate, there's always a period of assessment. Should we do it now? Should we sit it out? And the question to us: do you think that the interest rate is going to become even bigger? So it's a key element for the development of the real sector of economy. At this, we see the growth of retail loans, and whatever we could say, we would add the individual entrepreneur's share, or we withdraw it. But out of 21 trillion loan portfolio, 13 trillion are the loans to the individuals, including the mortgages, and just 8 trillions, and it is constantly this number is decreasing, is the loans to legal entities for production, for development of economy. And I think this is what requires observation. We should not slow it down so sharply, but the situation requires monitoring. We all understand it clearly, but taking special decisions. So the Agency for Financial Supervision, Financial Regulation, they've taken a decision on severance of the average weighted capital, but there are other tools to decrease the interest rate, it should be done by 40, and we would decrease the margin rate of the banks, and it would be less profitable for them to provide loans to retail sector. Why is that? Because the retail sector is the increase of the indebtedness and the credit load on the population, and many people come and say, because could you pay us in cash because we have problem loans, we can't get money in our card accounts. So we see this more and more often. This is a social tension. These are threats for the future. Second element is the purchase of equipment and consumer commodities, smartphones, and others. Unfortunately, the population is not getting more educated, and they don't understand that they should apply for loans with account of their opportunities.
And they think that there will be some sort of bankruptcy for physical entities. Well, we'll see. Maybe it will be possible to withdraw this credit, these loans. And this psychology among physical entities, it still exists. And we need to work on this together in order to decrease this credit situation and this problematic loan takers. That actually grows to in December, there was quite a change too. In absolute figures, this problematic loans started to grow, and in correlation it doesn't grow because the new loans portfolio grows faster, and we have some kind of calls here that and alerts that we should draw attention to. That's important dialogue that we should have with those regulators and with the government, first of all, because here we have this fiscal monetary policy which actually correlate, and this inflation has the impact on the base rate and on further development of bank sector. And I would like to mention as well that about the role of the government, we're talking about it not the first year that we should decrease the share of governmental funding. There's a new precedent again that the government has about the commercial bank that violates the sufficiency of the equity, but the license is not being called off. So, and then they attract aggressively the deposits of legal and physical entities, and they issue these loans and credits on the lower rates. And we should capitalize this bank and not to have this arbitrary with the state bank attendance and with the bank participation that directly violates the sufficiency of the sufficiency in the bank sector and economical sector. These rules should be the same for the banks of all levels, second-tier banks, and if we want to motivate the investment and crediting of the real sector of the economy, long-term infrastructural projects, then probably we will provide some easy and taxation and in order to increase the income and to taxate this precious papers, and then we will free them from this taxation burden. But it will be possible to look how and what kind of impact will it have. Then we will be able to provide this loan and long-term investment loan for the development of the economy. But at the same time, we need to change controlling regulation norms, and this loan should be the stage 1, not stage 3 on AQR, and to form 40% of provisions. And for us, for the banks, it's not profitable, it's impossible. So there are many different moments that we should consider, work on, and in general, I would like to mention that we should have more positive mood, more optimistic approaches. And I think we have this experience and we have this opportunity and we have these efforts, and the country is powerful and we have resources, and we own all that. Everything is possible. So I would like just to call your attention that we shouldn't make the banks to finance them and to provide it in a balanced mode. I had this 2008, 2009. There is this feeling of this bubble, and we all understand it, we can see it, and we should take our time and monitor this situation. Thank you so much, Ms. Umut. And we have been talking during several congress already that that's this business and financial organizations and business, but bank is the same kind of business. They have shareholders, they have the different precious papers, and they are responsible. Yes, and we have this responsibility in front of the depositors, but again, the first question, you are responsible. In accepting this deposit, you need to return it. That's the main role of bankers. You don't not to forget about this responsibility. And you have touched different questions, and I would like to say that the head of the government, there will be the new tax policy that will be worked on next year. And from the point of view of the balanced market development, it's important not to press too much. Of course, there is a desire to restrict the conditions of functioning of the bank sector and not to have these readings on the provisions, but it will be the short-term measures, and no matter how it will have, what kind of impact will be on the long-term plan. And we should have a very stable decisions. I think we will have an opportunity to discuss with state authorities, and the decision will be found balanced, and we will touch this topic. And I would like to ask you, Mr. Mikhail, you are working with a great number of Kazakhstani companies. Which potential do you see in development of the companies in SME spheres in Kazakhstan? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Welcome, everyone. And here I am mostly like a guest here, not like a banker. So thank you for your invitation. From the point of view of the development of small, medium business and enterprises, I think that we should always take into consideration the numbers and the figures. And especially it is very important when we talk about the representatives of bank communities. Of course, they should use figures and numbers, not just using different slogans. Speaking about SME, the numbers and figures are like this. Approximately about 35,000 companies and agencies are being funded and established, and plus taking into considerations the individual entrepreneurs being closed down, for example. So these tempos are growing basically just based on the opportunity to be registered using the mobile applications. The state services have become affordable, available, and it's really easy to be registered. And that's why we can see this growth of SME. Each of us, when we walk just around, we can even notice visually great number of different little cafes and restaurants being open. It's a good sign, an indicator that such an economical activity is in large cities, but it should be scaled up for the whole country. Plus, taking into consideration the small and medium business, it is such a, from point of view of strategy, it is an important asset for any country. And when we are talking about SME, the terminology is really different. I am not saying SME, those companies who have billions of Tenge, for example, who take the loan. And plus, according to the official statistics, I'm not sure that these companies are not in the segment micro business. That is a separate aspect. And we're talking about the millions of Tenge, about the equity. And when we should make important decisions, I think we should actually distinguish this segment and to follow up the creation of the companies, the workplaces, funding that these companies take, and the territory that they're in, the taxes that this company pay. And by means of this, understanding all these criteria about SME, we can make the right decisions on its development. For example, the reporting in the beginning of this year, we've been talking that SME, basically, the sector doesn't grow. But we have initiated, let's consider the figures and numbers. Individual entrepreneurs, more than 1 million of people, they take money for the development of their business. So it is registered. And speaking about the taxes, they can look at it, and there is the real, true business. And we look at this portfolio, and we have people who've taken billions to develop their business, and we have those people who have taken 10 million on this consumption credits, 5 billion people. How it can be consumers' loan, 5 billion? Of course, it exists in the reporting. We were the initiators to consider this reporting. Yes, we got these reporters, but again, big numbers. Because it was not separately SME and like medium are those people who take 100 million. What do you call medium? Which volume? Well, I was the like small and micro. Medium we don't have. What's the loan? $10 million, that's the medium. Well, $10 million, that's a large business. How? Well, let's talk to people. Those people who have $10 million, what kind of business? It's a normal medium. Okay, that's your ideology. Our ideology is that it's a large business. And the medium, we do not analyze it separately. And that's why there are lots of inconveniences here. And if we talk about these credits, why do we have the credits and the statistics that credits that were taken 5 years ago, the credits that are not working, weird credits, and those basically just corporate credits, and just because of that. But let's clear it up, this report, and let's just consider those credits during the last 3 years being issued, or every month, how many credits and loans are being issued. We are not looking at these reports, and we cannot make the right decisions, basically. So, and the government should make the right decisions. And we should set it up in the correct way, basically. And the potential for the growth, in order to make the right decisions, we should consider the correct data. And there is a potential, yes, but the segmentation of the business should be correct. And the terminology that you have in the government, you're talking from the position of business, what you see, how you assess and evaluate micro business or small business depending on the amounts that they take. Well, I'm just saying that we should consider the correct data. That is my argument. And to make the decision based on the data, not just slogan. There is the official terminology, micro, small, medium, and large. We do have this data, and the agencies have it in all reports. I just have a question. But individual entrepreneurs are being credited based on which rate? According to the rate, market rate for physical entities, which is higher, or for like legal entities, 15%. 20% for legal entities. I wanted to ask about your, and which rate do you provide for them? Market, like business, or like physical entities? According to the market rates as business, yes, the less amount, the more the rate. If it is a large amount, we will provide according to the 20% per annum. Dear colleagues, I think let's return the discussion based on behalf of the moderator. Well, she's trying to form the opinion according to her task. It's not very beautiful, dear colleagues. Let's return. Yes, let's get back. Okay, old Kazakhstan is back. For all the colleagues, the macroeconomical environment is really important. Let's get back to this. Mr. Galimjan Aljavich, let's get back to to you. In last press release, National Bank said the reason of inflation, the growth of budget costs and expenditures, which requires the compensated reaction from the monetary policy. What do you think? Let's get back to this sphere. Will it be possible to avoid the strict measures of monetary policy if the government reconsiders the approaches to the budget, approaches the new programs of funding the business and very positive rates subsidizing and the constructions? And will it be more efficient to get back to the monetary rates that in long-term perspective will be beneficial for the budget, speaking about the servicing of this government loan? And I like our discussions. I think we have chosen correctly whom to invite this to panel discussions. Yes, of course. In our press release, we explained the reasons of the inflation, but again, you should understand that we have very tight collaboration and work with the government and the agency, and we discuss with the government what to do, how to do in a better way. And each one tries to do the work the best they can, the stability of prices to provide for us, for example, and to adapt the economy according to the changed external conditions. Agency, as you've already mentioned, tries to look for the correct balance between those who have brought their money to the bank and those who want to get this money as a credit. There should be the coordination, and there is. And I would like to mention that we are trying to work on the idea of coordinating of this fiscal and monetary policy, that it should be institutionalized. And great work has been already done, the changes to the budget code on this budget rule. In 2023, it will take the legal force, and I will not overload you with details, but 2 moments. The guaranteed transfer, it is limited by the price. Based on this conservative levels and the general expenditures of the budget, which limits the trend of the economy and inflation growth, and it will create the institutional base of better coordination of fiscal and monetary policy. And for 2022-2024, we have the collaborative work with the government on designing and developing the measures on inflation decrease and reduction. And speaking about subsidies, we have intensive discussion. And as you remember, the National Bank in post-COVID period participated in supporting the economy, which helped us in 2021 to get back to the growth that at the level of the potential growth of our economy. According to our assessment, we have left 5 programs. We are in 2 programs that we plan to finish up and end up. That is why we do have understanding that step by step, consecutively to leave these programs, and together with the Prime Minister, we discuss about the necessity to support some specific programs, some specific sectors and segments, but more focused, but not like anyone. And we have these opportunities, we have understanding how to do that. That is why this work is being done. There is coordination when we explain the reasons of inflation. It's not just who's guilty more, who's guilty less, in less degree, but where does this inflation come from? And we should absorb it. And if we restrict this monetary conditions, and that means that we are against these inflation expectations to be realized. So we need to get through this, because all these transformations that the head of the government has directed to make it true, make it happen. It's possible in the environment where we have macroeconomical stability. Macroeconomical stability, it's not everything, but without it, we'll not make it. Thank you. I would like to give the floor to you, sir. We don't need to introduce you, but you were the head of monetary regulator, and at some moment you were the head of the fiscal regulator, the protection of competition. So yeah, that is why I would like to address you as the independent economist and expert. Please tell us, what is your evolution assessment of stability and predictability of macroeconomical conditions for the efficient development of financial sector, and a little bit on predictability. Mr. Glumjan has mentioned now about the forecasts and collaborative activities in the government, but we were the witnesses in the past when forecasts were not realized, especially when it comes to fulfilling the budget and transfers from the national funds and the deficiency of the budget and non-oil budget, and this program, socio-economical development for 2025, about the reduction of the expenditures of the state budget to the GDP, according to the indicators of the current year, to 18.9% in 2025. So take into consideration the current challenges and this difficult geopolitical situation, how realistic that is, and what you think, if this forecast is not realized and the expenditures will be increased, what will be the source? The additional transfers from the national fund, increasing the deficiency of the budget, or it will be the increasing of the taxes? And what do you think? How should we take out of this parallel uncertainty, this fiscal and restricting of the monetary policy?
Dear Lena, so we've asked the Mikhail, who is a billionaire, quite an easy question, and I'm not yet a billionaire, and you asked me three difficult questions. Money rules everything, but if speaking seriously, I would like to congratulate my colleagues with the National Currency Day, and Elena, I feel that you've invited me because I'm the only one who's still alive from those times. Thank you very much. I hope we would celebrate the 30-year anniversary. You have quite comprehensive issues. You've asked quite comprehensive issues to address to. First of all, is the ratio of the monetary and fiscal policies. What is the vision of it? A very difficult question. What I see from the discussion and what I've paid attention to, and if you noted the developed countries, for example, UK, UK is the last example. They don't speak much on the coordination of monetary and fiscal policy because the monetary and loan policy in most developed countries is regulated by the mandate of the independent central bank, and the fiscal policy depends on the circumstances like pandemics and the political mandate that is being given to the government. So, as we saw in UK, the Bank of England remained alone for 2 weeks. Well, they stood it out one way or the other, and the coordination of monetary and loan policy and fiscal policy is more applicable to developing countries, to which the Kazakhstan, of course, is referred to. So, when in principle, one need to understand in how the central banks is subject to the common development goals, just to put it in this way. So in the most developed form, it's seen in today's Turkey, the National Bank of Turkey, where we went in the 1990s to study. Right now is just a Department of Monetary and Fiscal Policy of the President of the Turkey. And it's quite a comprehensive question. What we set in the corner of all this as a cornerstone So to put it frankly, I don't envy most of all to Galimjan Pirmatov, because National Bank of Kazakhstan is virtually there were times, but right now we have ideal storm, and of course the impact we had from the war of our northern neighbor, it's even worse than the devaluation in 1997 that we had to survive one way or the other. But of course, New Kazakhstan objectively set new social expectations, and that the reality that we cannot withdraw from. And we know that through social expectation in the older Kazakhstan were lower. When in 2002, when I left, not on my own will, in the 3-year program for 2003, 4, and 5, we set a goal. We set a goal to complete with 2 and 3 shift schools by 2004, and right now have 3 shift schools than it had been that time. So social expenses has to be increased, and that's not all New Kazakhstan, but that's a large part of it. So in my opinion, the fiscal policy is expansionist in a way, objectively, because a large part of the expenses is generated by the oil tax. I would omit the national fund for the moment, and they have a different character, because if other taxes are concerned with the money turnover in the country, the oil taxes are concerned with the natural rent, which comes out of nowhere, because the prime cost of copper oil is one price, and from which the tax has been calculated, and the tax has been picked from the world level that is not concerned with the internal money flows. Domestic money flows. First of all, I'm speaking about the social needs, because the steps to subsidize the economy, they are relatively small, looking at it from the standpoint of the overall expenses, but they are the most they are the subject of discussion in most of the way. So no, but of course nobody tries to doubt that, but because we need to change the curriculum in schools and all this, and Galim, I think that the policy would be expansionist, and the monetary and loan policy, its common curse is a triple curse: small, open, and raw mineral resource-based economy. We cannot get out of that. So, and there isn't, and we don't have a successful example that managed to cope with all that. So, the Chile would be a close one, but Norway is not a raw mineral economy. It's a developed economy. All this tale that are being told that Japan grew after the Second World War, and it attacked the U.S. and after the Second World War it prospered. So I think it's speaking about the second question about the predictability. So this is what I'm saying as the client of the Halyk Bank. So 9 billion is still a small business, because it's not a large one. So the predictability, it's what's required by everybody, but it's very difficult to obtain. So it is clear that coronavirus, war, with its unpredictable characters, of course, had a major impact. But if we get back a little bit, even if we would put aside the errors that have been made in the financial sector that also didn't add to our financial stability, especially the crazy amounts of funds spent to save the banks that were taken from quasi-state funds that were forced to purchase the obligations. And it's very difficult to say. Did we had the predictability? The model that has been established in 2001 was the first step, but I think that the macroeconomical framework, sustainable, we didn't put it into a more or less sustainable form. We've managed to do it with the floating exchange rate. Of course, we would have the elections on Sunday, and we have still 1 year to the 30-year anniversary of Tenge. Maybe we would do our best to come to some kind of approach with account of all the aspects of reality which are more negative. If we're speaking about in the midterm stability, so what could be done about that? And the third question I forgot. How can we get out of this spiral of the severance of the fiscal and monetary policy? What should be first? I don't know. I have already touched upon the fiscal aspect. The steps that are being taken by the National Bank, they are reasonable within an orthodox framework. Where they should stop, it's quite difficult to say. I would not take the liberty to do that, but it is understood that with the interest rates that we have right now, the demand from the small and medium enterprises regarding the medium and large ones, has already been covered. They have become very cautious about loans, which should be a response to your monetary and fiscal policy. Small and micro business, well, by definition, they're less reasonable, so to say. And as we see, the population, the consumer loans, there's still a high demand. This should be a threshold. If we'll look at it dropping, if we see it dropping, this is when a national bank should intervene. So, Galmjan, I think we need your comment. I would like to comment several things. First of all, I understand that fiscal policy would be of expansive character, but my discussions with the government, I think we should focus not just on how the general budget expenses are growing, but what are we spending them on, and the quality of our budget incomes. So we should stop spending on everyday life, and we should spend more on what is going to, in the future, serve as the foundation for the growth. Education, infrastructure, digital one at that, and other ones as well. And the quality of budget expenses would assist us in our goal as well. So when the expenses are being the current ones, they affect the demanded economy that trying to keep up with the supply. And as for the predictability, in my understanding, the logic of our decisions, if you understand how we think, how we make decisions, this is predictability, not just what the interest rate is going to be and when we're going to lower. So you would foresee in your analysis what decision we're going to take. So this is what we're striving to, and we're openly communicating that. The third one, the situation is quite complex, and you rightly noted that. Everyone is struggling now, so I would like us to see the bright sides. This year, a lot of uncertainties are unveiling, so to say, and nonetheless, we had quite an adequate and accurate response to to them. We're openly communicating with the market on whatever we're doing in the currency exchange market, and we see the growth of deposits in Tenge since July, and we see the decrease of February peaks from the point of view of the dollarization. If the deposits an amount of less than 50 million Tenge, the dollarization is less than 4%, which has never been seen prior to that. And the currency exchange market is balancing. Right now everything is open, is disclosed. We don't hide anything. National fund and all funds under our governance, the gold and foreign currency reserves. And we don't have such a goal to hide something. And the currency exchange market is not the most important element, and we don't want to comment on that. So I want that you, the professional players in the market, would deal with that, because this is not a priority for us. I would also add, in comparison with other countries, we have everything. We have money, talented people. We don't have state debt problems. Of course, not everything is easy, but in comparison with other countries, people envy to what we have. What we need, in my understanding, are strong institutions, both in public and private sector. This is what we need. If we have stronger institutions, we would come to the right decisions. This is what we're lacking, and if we'd be able to do that, I have quite an optimistic view on what we will be able to do. And since we've come on that optimistic note, I wanted to comment. I led the discussion to propose my answer to your third question: how this spiral of the fiscal and monetary policy should be reversed. And Galdibjan and Murat, they've proposed good options which we can rely upon, and suggest the following. We have fiscal policy, monetary policy, how they are correlated, and so on and so forth. So what could untie them is completely other policy, the structural policy. This is what was mentioned by Murat when he noted that he was the head of the anti-monopoly committee. And also, Gilmjan, when he spoke about the institutions, where am I leading to? It is clear that fiscal policy is derived from, in many ways, from the policy on the whole, the domestic policy, the political situation abroad, and it was clearly stated that the new Kazakhstan set new demands, new expectations. So this is the reality that we have to deal with, and the fiscal policy would be, in some respect, would be expansionist, and it would meet the society's expectations. Also, what should be understood, what should be done with that, where we could look for reserve, where we could increase the debt, increase taxes, or find some other options, or decrease the expenses within the fiscal policy framework. I think that the structural policy of the competition development should help us to relieve the burden on the non-productive expenses that in a more developed economies is usually incurred by the business. And we are saying that we need a development business to build roads, to build railroads, to implement projects. So to deal with real economy, of course, that's needed. That's no doubt about that. But in many respects, in my mind, this part of budget expenses, that's the check that's usually incurred by the government. It would be incurred by the business. We have more socially oriented budget, and we have lesser fiscal burden on the business, on the monetary policy as a damper. So we should call the development policy not just the money spent on the real sector from the national fund or the state budget. So the national development, we should call these kindergartens, schools. So we should call good medicine, efficient medical insurance. This is a development budget, and the things that the business should do themselves, so that to create conditions So in my view, we would have the chance, without raising the state debt too much, without raising the taxes too much, without intervening in the economic cycles, we would adjust it and would reach this balance. And we all know this well without me, that neither monetary or fiscal policy, without the structural policy on the provision of the competition institutions, wouldn't play out. So Timur have raised upon the issue of competition. I didn't want to ask this question to anybody, but it has been voiced. So there was always a competition on the financial market, which is a severe one, and we wouldn't like it to fall. With the known events when among the shareholders we have the buy-to-rec, and we hope that this situation would soon even itself out, and the Birke Bank would become the private bank once again and would compete on equal conditions with other commercial banks. And I hope that this would we would see. But the subject of the socially responsible business. Once again, a question to you, Mikhail. The Kaspi does not take part in the beneficial loan program, but that's a conscious decision. But you have a demand from the SMEs on interests. So such a demand for market loan has already been met, or or not. And based on your experience, is the interest rate the defining criterion on when you choose the bank? From the point of view, on the whole, of the state involvement, I know at all our discussions, when they were in the agency in the financial supervision, or whether we had it at the regulator's office or the national banks, we always said that we consider that the state should restrict their presence with the beneficial programs.
Earlier, usually the first question was about what about the state preferential loans and programs? Will it be prolonged or not? Was question number one usually. So we think that market should regulate this, and all the countries, developed countries, they have proved it. So when we regulate this deposit rates and loans and credits rates, that is not a market mechanism, and sooner or later this non-market mechanism will fail. Or when we regulate the price for food products, market should regulate, and market should say which price is optimal. So speaking about the goods in general, but during 10 months this year, 220,000 of entrepreneurs got the loans from us, and they addressed us to get it. When we have this monthly surveying questionnaires on our products, we ask entrepreneurs, speaking about the terms and conditions of the loan. Yes, the interest rate, of course, the low interest rate, that's the positive in our goods, and high interest rate, that's the most negative aspect in our product. So that it is always line number one. 9 out of 10, they give 10, the highest score, because the loan that we have worked is high technical. During 1 second, you get the decision and digital signature, or you don't need to sign anything, and you can pay it the way you want, cash or not cash. And then you see it in mobile application, and notifications come, and it is easier to get then the price parameters of the product. So that is why, of course, the price is the most important aspect. But again, as the product has been set up and organized, that's even more important. That is the main benefit and advantage of Kaspi, these products that we do. People like it. The very modern technologies and the design of this product is great, and the users and business, they use our products because of all these reasons. Of course, interest rate is important, but not the only condition. And Ms. Umit, what do you think? There is the necessity and demand for structural changes and for such large projects that would help to structural changes in economy. And what do banks banks need. Maybe some new financial tools to attract the long-term funding. How can we create the beginning, the startup point for future, for these transformations? Then we will have no normalization of monetary and fiscal policy. What do you think? Well, I think that so far as I remember, we talk about this loan and cheap money and the opportunity to attract it at the market and to fund, so the banks would have long, cheap liquidity in this situation, and we can issue this long-term credits and loans in Tenge, and every time we have new challenges all the time. So during 30 years setting up the bank system, we basically discuss the same topics. Speaking about the period when bank sector could actually be funded, except the deposits, that is the main tool. And if we look at the funding database, that's equity and deposits, short-term deposits, the retail and legal entities up to 2 years. But in terms of volatility, 6 months, 1 month, that's the average. When we talk about the purchase documents with such interest rates, when everything has been increased, that's too expensive. And that's about the scoring and rating of the banks, the risks issues. When we talk about external markets, but again, not everybody can be attracted. That's about the ratings and very expensive interest rates. So it will be about $8% in dollars, and we have just our internal market, and again, Tenge attractions at the market of the precious papers, and it was really high for the long period. When we were talking about the yield curve, it is an important topic when it would form the new instruments, and the topic that we are talking about, securities and the private institute of pension funds, was basically killed when it was used to work. We had again one monopoly, this pension fund, again the dematerialization. Maybe it is one of the reasons to take a look at this topic. But again, if we have institutional investors in the country who could invest, not just banks, but large corporate sectors, those legal entities that could go to the securities market and to attract alternative tools to the bank funding. And not banks can fund it. It can be the market of securities, and there were external loans from the side of foreign banks. But now the market is closed. We are inside. We are talking internally. And if we look at the level of liquidity of bank sector, the National Bank is at the level of 14% of all credit portfolio. It is not a big volume. It used to be up to 30%, which means the liquidity goes down too, step by step. And nowadays, I don't see an opportunity, speaking about Tenge, to go to this loan instruments, loan tools inside the country, because, of course, the rates are too high and nobody will buy it. We don't have this institute, so we need to go and to try to talk into the only one investor in our country, and to try to talk to them. It's unreal, so we just leave by means of funding, by means of deposits, and some companies say, but they are banks because they attract the deposits of the population. They will use this, and the question of stability of bank system, it is really important because in order to avoid default and the bankruptcy of bank system, because we know that government will be in charge, and we can say that the lessons have been already learned. Thank you, Ms. Umut. And we have professional congress, so I think it will be the inversion of the yield curve, and even in the United States, it's not really correct. But if we want to think about prospectus, we need to return the trust to the equity capital without decreasing reduction of the inflation. It's impossible in coordination of this monetary, financial, and credit policy. It's for developing countries, but again, the experience of the Great Britain, we could witness that their pension fund was almost about the collapse. Pound went down, the rates went up because it was disbalance between monetary, regulatory, and government. And even in such developed countries as Great Britain, it is possible to happen. And in conclusion, my last question to you, Ms. Medina, you are the regulator, financial regulator, and in regard to your activities, risk-oriented surveillance organ and authority, you assess and evaluate the business model of each financial institute and bank in particular. You have an opportunity to have an impact on the general vector of the development of financial market and financial sector and on the activities of some specific financial institutes. So my question is, how would you set up the priorities and activities of the agency? Sustainable and efficiency of financial institutions. Number 2, protection of the rights of financial services consumers. Number 3, stimulation, motivation of financial resources in order to achieve the growth of the economy. Thank you, Elena Leonidovna. I think many speakers today have already mentioned that sustainable macroeconomic environment, macroeconomic stability is really extremely important in order to achieve the stability of financial system. And why these measures on restricting such regulation, why are these measures taking? Because the core and important measure is the protection of the investors and the deposits, and to provide the trust to the national currency and financial system, because without it, we cannot talk about any kind of financial growth, economical growth. And that is why to provide the financial stability, sustainability of the banks, to provide the protection of the depositors, that is the task of both regulators, national agency, and another important mandate is the development of financial sector. In September of this current year, the head of the government approved the new concept of development up to 2030. The previous concept was oriented on prevailing the crisis of 2008-2009. It was fulfilled completely, and there was the rehabilitation of bank sector, and 7 trillion were withdrawn of stress assets. The lessons were learned, and the most important task is not to use the governmental budget to protect and save non-payable banks. It is being imported into the idea of current bank development and systems. So that is why we apply all our surveying tools, as I've already mentioned before. If we're talking about the stimulating and motivating the crediting and protect the sustainability and reliability of the banks, yeah, that's true. At the market, we can observe the growth of crediting. The physical entities of the great share is the mortgage, more than 14 trillions, and it's based, again, as you know, using the pension assets and having state programs on preferential mortgage and different aspects of which we can mention the risks on real estate growth. And since the preferences are being given these privileges, those risks that were observed before 2014, we do not really have any reasoning that, yeah, they can be materialized. We have this spiral of prices growth, and because it is real estate, that is the main collateral for the bank. Of course, we are considering this moment along with the national bank. But again, that is speaking about the credit, and when it comes to our consumers, so when we need to look for the balance when it comes to this customer credit, consumer credit, and there should be the accessibility of the financial resources. But again, we don't need to have any indicators of overwhelming. And this consumer crediting is being given in big amounts without any limits. I think this year we have increased the weighing. If it is more than 5-6 million, then 50% it was weighing on the equity, and other additional measures were taken. And the main tool is the coefficient of the burden. It was proved in 2020, and as potential normative and regulatory indicator, we have implemented it since this year, and it is mandatory to follow. And we could see of online microcrediting, and when the credit was lowered to, which was lower than minimum wage. The incomes of the loaners, we have taken strict measures on regulating this segment, and if it is the necessity to take stricter measures, so that high-level risk segment would be avoided. And probably it will be excluded of those financial tools that we have for the population. Another segment on corporate crediting, we have discussed it already. Business processes were transformed significantly on speaking about all possible classes of loaners, and we can talk a lot about regulatory norms, indicators. We have systematic problems that actually holds this idea. And in bank system, more than 70% deposits of population short-term periods, and the National Bank has adopted very good program of simulating of the deposits of population, and this share has grown, and short-term deposits of the population still prevails. Without long-term base of funding, of course, long-term credit sources will not be issued, and because of that, the program that we have at the moment, that is the Economy of Simple Things, that is the only tool that provides long-term tools for businesses. It's still demanded. When we are talking about the reducing the governmental support and state programs, we should talk like not a general, but we should consider those tools and instruments to be effective. And one of the demanded programs, and we could see those banks about taking these limits according to the program, and the government decided to support them. This program was prolonged up to the end of 2023. The limits were all reconsidered, and they were reconsidering the subsidizing of the interest rates. And we, of course, we can debate a lot about it, but that's an essential tool for processing industry, for import replacement, and which will lead to the decreasing of the inflation rate. Money, of course, money likes the safe hover, and of course the active money that's up to 30%. And of course, we had a great change from National Bank to securities. It was this basically the cross flow and the high level of the liquid assets, and it reflects the current credit and other possible economical risks that exist in the economy. So therefore, I think that this balanced regulations and this balanced approach is really important, and the stability and liquidity in order to react to internal and external shock measures, and providing the stimulation of this credit. And of course, other systematic problems are connected with the corporate sector. Speaking about the credit of businesses, we need to increase of the shareholders' equity, and to improve the standards of corporate governance, and to increase the transparency. Speaking about the loan takers from the corporate side, that this work is being done by the government to develop SME. And of course, the basis and foundation, that is the predictable macroeconomical environment and stability. When it comes to the protection of the consumers' right, that's important direction, the key direction. It does not depend on the configuration of the market. That's the priority that is provided during the work of the regulator. And here we have the risk-oriented approach, the proportional one. And I would like to give an example. During the last 6 months, there was significant growth of retail investors at the fund market, and a significant number of the accounts we've got. I think that the results of IPO that we have in Kazmunegas, and we have the significant growth of economical fraud schemes and others. So as a result, we had to take measures on restrictions of regulating the intermediaries, and we had the rejection of some services if they didn't have the license of the agency, and the list of all non-licensed financial organizations that provided such services, and they will be considered according to the administrative obligations, according to the legislation, if it will be the harm to the interests of the investors, retail retail investors. Also, there is a norm on the reimbursement of the financial harm that was given to the retail investor. The work was done with a division of investors and qualified, non-qualified investors, and it was right on time, I believe, because in order to prevent the growth of unfair practices at the market. And we have significantly decreased the requirements to enter the market in order to achieve its development. We try to promote actively this proportional regulating the requirements to the equity and other potential indicators of all segments of the market. The fund exchange, it was already realized and adopted, so you can register this company, broker dealer, without the nominal holding and enough to have the equity of 35 million, for example. If we're talking about the bank sector, of course, when it comes to these Russian subsidiary and daughter banks and branches, of course, the competition has increased, and we support the decision of purchasing Sberbank and saving it as a certain particular player. And Bytrek Holding has established, and they plan to sell this bank to the private investor after taking this bank out of the limit of the sanctions field. And this work is being done, and then it will lead to supporting and developing the competition in bank sector again. Plus, together with the participants of financial market, we have done the work on optimization, the licensing and the permission procedures for opening the bank. There is such regulatory norm in attracting the deposits during specific time limit after obtaining the license for the new bank. And this norm was 20 years ago, when we had the system of risk management. The system did not exist at that time, and I think this norm can be excluded, and different legal amendments will be adopted next year. So it will provide an opportunity for new players to access the market in bank sector, and the proportional regulation as well. We had this work being done in microfinance, which takes an important role in providing the credit resources, access for microbusiness, especially in rural areas, for those partnerships for whom it was important to have. And you have covered everything. It's really important for us, as for the market, transparency, predictability of all these regulators' activities. And it's important to have this collaboration, and that state authorities listen to the market. This discussion was really, really nice, and it was really the leaders and chiefs of this regulatory authorities were here. Thank you for this discussion, transparent and interesting. I hope everybody has understood these ideas. Thank you.
Елена Леонидовна, спасибо вам большое.
До 12:20. Кофе-брейк.
chair of the microcredit organization Kaz Microfinance, Timur Zherkenov, the deputy chair of the National Entrepreneur Chamber at Tamakan. Thank you. All the participants of our panel session are in the audience. We start our work. We had such a hot discussion throughout the first plenary session that everyone exchanged their opinions, and I think we would have even more interesting discussion if during the first discussion we find out the point of view of the regulatory agencies, state agencies, and particularly financial institutions. So right now we would like to speak about the cooperation of the real sector and financial institutions. At this, I am confident that we would not just hear the representative of the National Chamber of Entrepreneurs, but all representatives of the financial institutions present here are aware of the business needs from the first hand. And the subject is the cooperation and synergy, quite important things, positive things on the interaction and seeking compromise and seeking common ground. And I would like to speak about the environment. We spoke a lot about the predictability of the environment that has to be established and what is required for that. My first question would be to you, Saulay. You, as the head of the daughter enterprise of the Citibank, you have international experience, and I would like to know your opinion on the implementation of international standards in the financial services regulation. It's not a secret that to sustain the competition in the financial market, for many years, the Kazakhstan is in the 9th group of 10 by the methodology as S&B Micro, and they know that the economic risks for financial sectors are assessed as extremely high. So, what's your opinion? What should be done to change this, and what is the cause of it? Thank you very much for your question. Indeed, this is a very important, and I would say that I would get a little bit to the side, and I would start with this, looking at this question from the sovereignty rating, because this is very much related, because working by the mandate within the framework of the consulting on sovereign ratings basically works with main stakeholders, and the most important is the interaction within them is the Ministry of Finances, Ministry of Economy, National Bank, a regulatory agency, and I think in this concern a lot has been done, and as a result, last year the sovereign rating was improved. As you all know, Moody's, after 9 years of, and this again is a huge achievement. Getting to the big row, this is the assessment of the banking industry by S&P, and here I should say that it's being assessed by two major risks: economic risks of banking industry and industry risk. And again, here I would be positive, because huge work is being done, and if we would compare with other countries, with comparable economies, and so if we look at the economic risks, the other countries like Azerbaijan, Mongolia, Egypt, they are being assessed by economic risks on a level of 9, whereas Kazakhstan has made an upgrade last year, I think, and switched from 9 to 8. So there is a consecutive movement, and it is very important. And I'd repeat what has Madina Yarasimovna said. I understand that there should be a balance between the application of international regulation standards and the real sector. But at the same time, from my side, I'd like to say that application of this international standards is of utmost importance for the reputation of the market. And here I would like to say about the three main elements. is the risk-oriented supervision assessment by the SREP methodology. Also, the QR application, the regular supervision, stress testing, and implementation of ILAP and ICAP. So ILAP for the liquidity assessment, so the internal processes application and assessment, and ICAP is the adequacy of the capitals. Of course, the work is done all the time is on the implementation of ratio and models, and this is the process that would give respective outcome. And we should keep in mind that the important elements of the introduction, and we see the important steps taken by the regulator in this respect, and it additionally gains to that. So that would be what I would summarize. Thank you. Throughout the first panel discussion, a lot of discussion has been carried out on what the cooperation could be between the financial institutions, between entrepreneurial sector, and what is the model of interaction between the banks and the customers could be in this environment. So, Bigjan Aktavich, you are the head of the large, or I would say, corporate or universal bank. So you have various clients. So, what would be the risk distribution mechanisms to be implemented in the financial sectors apart from traditional transfer of risks to the government or the subsidizing? What would be the balanced, efficient model of the interaction between the commercial institution and the private business? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to congratulate my colleagues in trade with their holiday and wish them a good health and success in their careers. As per your question, I consider that currently we don't see any lack of mechanisms. We have the guarantee from the state, from Damu Fund, from National Bank of Republic of Kazakhstan. We have insurance instruments and public-private partnership. And I think that we have instruments. On the other hand, the business environment, because we as the participants of the market, we are interested if, for example, we speak about the loans. This is our main source of income for banks. And we try to maximize the scope of our loans, of course, under the condition of acceptable risk. And for us, it is very important that in all conditions that we have the macro environment changing, so the currency exchange rate is changed, a lot of variables are changing. So any business, whether the financial sector or industrial sector or service sector, when they plan their activity, they rely on these variables. And when these variables change ever so often, we cannot operate at our maximum capacity. So we either become too conservative, or we take too much risk, and this doesn't lead to good in both cases, because the conservative approach means less loans because of the risk, and when we take negative risks, it has a negative impact on our clients, the depositors in this case. So in response to your questions, I think that there are mechanisms in place, and the banks as the players in the private market, they chose the optimum solution. So Bigjan Aljaevich, in in continuation to this, what would you expect from your client from the risk mitigation point of view? Yes, the banks assess the risks, but it is in the business environment. So what could be done to mitigate or decrease this risk apart from state support? Means I consider that the clients should be very thorough in their planning, because we as creditors, we are very accurate on how in assessing how our clients are operating, what is the decision-making process, and the planning is of utmost importance, so that they could basically plan their cash flow in such a way so it would be most comfortable for the creditors. So the main instrument is the cautious planning and seeking new ways, because I consider that this year, despite the change of situation, many banks, including 40 Bank, showed sufficient growth in the loan sector, and we would look very cautiously in the conditions of high interest rate, and we wouldn't recommend our clients to actively apply for, go into the investment projects, is the funding of the turnover capital. So the current conditions allow for funding, and we provide that. I guess for the banks to assess their credibility easier, automated assessment processes in place are important, and access to various information resources. So, Timur Ruslanovich, I have a question for you. You have a large group and you have a bank. So, what is your opinion in the context of the credit risk mitigation? What information should be provided to the banks by the government to use the big data, and what could be done to extend the list of provided services and development of new domains of business? And do you consider that the financial institutions themselves could assist in the expansion of digitalization by the government? What could be the synergy effect in the context of the extension of the business loans? I could note that financial institutions in Kazakhstan are in quite an advanced state from the point of view of the access to data in comparison with other financial institutions throughout the world. We have some outstanding opportunities, and implementing them that are already in place is quite a challenge for most financial organizations. In fact, using open API of the different government services, other state agencies or private providers, the scoring information, this is quite a comprehensive technical challenge, which the companies haven't been able to fully implement, including us. Those who went further down this line managed to get some advantages out of that. Of course, so we can consider that the institutions that gather the general market information, right now they gather information on the loans, could actually gather information on the turnover, the scope of activity of the clients, and provide the opportunity for more efficient scoring to other banks, and having an indirect access to information that belongs to other bank that serves the clients. So this serves mostly for the competition protection, so we would not have the story when the market leader gets fundamental advantages against others because he has access to data that the other haven't. So this step would be useful for us. But Again, I would repeat myself. This is a luxury that is being implemented in a small number of European countries, and it is partly compensated by many other opportunities that our financial institutions have, because the environment for big data and creativity, which is in place in Kazakhstan, it is a maximum of what I have already observed. And let's be frank, in majority of European banks, we've had an opportunity to get deeper, to see the banks with the high credit ratings. And I could note one funny story as a small remark to the previous discussion. The quality of portfolio of many other banks in Europe is not fundamentally better of Kazakhstani banks that we have seen. But they have incomparably higher rating. First of all, because the common level of trust is higher. This is one of the keys, so that we could implement all our capacity. So we should stop considering that we have non-stop flow of problems and we have to tackle them. If we would believe that everything is good here, it would open the room for getting the adoption. However strange that may sound, that's the culture that is born within and then being brought outside. When the national bankers don't have a confidence in their future and that their business is sustainable, it would be strange to wait for external assessment. First, you have to believe yourself that everything is good. It would be very hard to get the improvement of the exterior assessment. But I would repeat myself, in many aspects, we're a bit ahead of the European states, and digitalization maybe is not that important maybe in this respect. You have raised upon quite an interesting subject, and our self-esteem. That we always try to predict the future and we try to foresee the problems is being translated into the external market. Maybe it is a common ground that we speak about the problems, how could we avoid them, and in our society towards the bank, we hear the criticisms from the standpoint that the banks are obliged to perform a particular function. And we forget that this is the same kind of business that has to be built on normal models, so that eventually incomes could be generated, so it would not become a usury. There are some limits, and this is a business environment that has to grow in the conditions of competition. But since this is a social product and the loans are being granted to companies, to individuals that by definition aren't very much professional or financially aware, of course it's understood that there's a need in access to the data from the state-owned databases. A lot has been done in this respect, but a higher level of cooperation would be expected, because the digitalization isn't something carved in stone. It's moving, it's alive. And you have touched upon the open banking and finances methods. It just so happened that in Kazakhstan, that the banks take the leading position because they were technologically capable to equip themselves. So in the West, the situation is different. Even in Europe, this function was taken by a non-banking organization. And I'd like to ask you, Bigjan Aljayevich, once again, how do you? So you have a traditional bank, and what's your attitude to giving the situation where your function would be given some growing companies like trade platforms, growing companies? Is the banking sector ready to such challenges, or he is capable to compete on par with such mobile participants?
If we're talking about Kazakhstani banks, I think that Kazakhstani banks are really advanced in idea of digitalization their product and services. And you've mentioned it correctly that if we are talking about it globally, there are different ways and scenarios of development of business models. Traditional banks become more infrastructure and they provide their infrastructure to players in fintech and some traditional banks in Kazakhstan. For example, it happens that traditional banks could stand for their against this animus, this fintechs, those aspects, and they could promote and level up their digitalization and improve the client way. Of course, there's lots of things ahead, but we have the third model where other banks are moving forward, the platform model where banks provide their platforms to different participants. And so they can, using this platform of the bank, they can provide their services. That's when we talk about the idea of what you're asking about. And in Kazakhstan, it exists in some sort of, that's the partnership that we have, for example, stores, this of electronics appliances, they have their credit brokers. So the point of entering the clients, these are the electronic trade platforms. And in some extent, I think we will achieve this point, and we shouldn't be afraid of it. The role of banks to maximize the client flow, and if this client flow is going on by means of other participants, why not? I think here we will have some sort of synergy when we can develop our fintech products, but where we can also be in partnership with other participants. Yes, Timur Sancho has mentioned about positive aspects, to talk about positive, not negative, very good level of we shouldn't use this ash in our hands according to some traditions, but we can use these opportunities and perspectives for development that our Kazakhstani financial institutions provide great spectrum of services, especially really competitive ones with the Western countries. That's the reality. We forget about it usually, and we think that it is logical and it should be the way it is. But that is the result of business models that our financial institutions have adopted. That's the competition, technological innovations that are implemented, and we should not forget about it. But still, let's get back to our topic, the topic of our panel. We're talking about the synergy between the real sector and financial institutions, and mostly that is in sphere of crediting. We have discussed a lot in the beginning of today's Congress, significant growth stages in micro crediting and corporate crediting, but at the same time, there is a necessity of transformation of the model of governmental support. Natalia Evgenia, you are, as the leader of RBK Bank, you credit the corporate clients very actively. But at the same time, micro business, so far as I know, and also you have your own point of view, I believe. What are the prospective sectors that we can start crediting, actually? Because the state support will be reduced because we have budget limitations. What are the spheres that are pretty much prospective for crediting by the banks? And maybe some sorts of state support that we can use in future in order not to overwhelm the budget. I think that I should start with the idea that 80% plus of our credit portfolio, that is the market means, without some kind of measures of support. And the portfolio itself, 75% long-term invest part. And if we consider those sectors that we have used, as my colleagues have already mentioned, about the economy of simple things, I support this program because it really has the focus on developing new productions, manufacture and import replacement, which is great great contributor into our inflation. So I should mention that we have three main sectors, basically, food production, medicine, and education. I think these are the largest sectors where we are moving to with state support. And if we're talking about the portfolio in general, we have transportation logistics services that have grown this year and keep growing, taking into consideration uncertainty of geopolitics. And we also consider medicine, pharmaceutical sector, and I believe education. So that's the direction where we are trying to move and where we will focus on. About state support measures regarding some sectors, import replacement, I think it should be there because in this environment, which is not clear, in order to invest some money, and they should have some stability, some support, despite the fact that they believe in the country and they try to realize their projects. But still, the measures of support for some sectors should be, and it will be defined with the government, where we should go to new workplace. We have done the analysis that during 4 years we have grown with shareholders change twice. The credit portfolio has improved, and we have provided 25,000 of workplace. And speaking about large project, it gives the growth of SME even more workplaces then. So we have all the tools, as colleagues have already mentioned, some guarantees if it comes to SME and subsidies. It can go to some taxation preferences and privileges, because large project, the largest one, the first part, at the level of 36 billions. So businessmen that believe in this economy and they develop, I think we should provide some support to them. And Natalia Evgenievna, you have mentioned very interesting thought, and we're talking about small business, small and medium, though, which is very interesting. There was the discussion during the first panel session about it. You have mentioned the correct aspect that together with the large business, we develop the small ones. These are different orders, and these are important creating enterprises. They provide workplaces, and the production one, and the sphere of service provisions, and of course we shouldn't forget about the large business. And this large projects, especially when it comes to infrastructure, they require some means of support and collaboration with development institutions. Unfortunately, we don't have the participants from Baytirek, but very actively we discuss the ideas of support and different project funding. Plus, it mentions the loan money, not very available according to this macroeconomical conditions. And here we should mention about the importance of participating by others, and credit needs. The business needs credit resources. We discuss it in general. Mr. Timur, I would like to address this question to you. Could you please provide in details what are the sectors which really need credits, like at the life level of consideration? Because we were discussing this, and Mr. Lamtadze was mentioning this from the point of view of small and medium businesses. They're being perceived in a different way. We have different terminology. Small and medium business are pretty much different. So which spheres or the size of the enterprise really needs this credit resources? And if these enterprises, these entities are ready in accordance to their business models, strategies, and transparency, are they truly ready to collaborate with banks in order to have this, like the credit risk that we have a priori, to reduce it from the position of business? Well, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. SME is a really different, of course. We have general ideas, large business and small, medium, and micro and average. And of course, we should distinguish these ideas. It's when you have different planning according to the state programs, for example, the shoes business, that's the targeted audience, the person with 2 legs. Of course, we shouldn't be like that. Which directions we should develop? Of course, we need to have this understanding, historically speaking, and in Kazakhstan, it is trade, 16% in agriculture, and it's etc. We have gradation like that. But in trade, there are differences. We have wholesalers and retails and others. So all these things should be taken into consideration. The sphere of SME is being developed, and this general GDP takes 34%. It's really important because that is the state policy that has been realized goes in the correct direction. But again, there is no limit to improvement, and there are some questions that are obvious, and we need to develop them further on. And the availability, that's really critical. It's not that difficult to understand who needs more, who needs less. We should consider what should be credited and what shouldn't be from the point of view of development of economy, speaking about the benefits and reliability. And those directions that are supposed to be credited with the support of the state, of the government, because state support is really important. It has great impact. Especially before the pandemic, we have filled the state support. But again, looking at the numbers, the state support 37% in the volume of funding. Maybe it is overestimated, exaggerated, this impact. But again, the market positions, those businesses, banks, microfinancial organizations that want to work at the market, all these aspects should be taken into consideration. So again, as you mentioned, this stability, as Timur has told, the work was done, which support is supposed to be done, what should be promoted, the potential aspects. And so far as I remember, the 5th or the 6th time, 6.5% it has grown, looking at the beginning of the year. So it's really difficult to talk about the forecast. We should understand the logic of making decisions, and the political situation has changed, inflation, we should consider all of that, and the state policy, it has great impact on that as well. So that is about the question of availability, affordability of credit resources. We have the 16% of base rate, and 3% in classical theory that the bank has it above in order to finance the end user. But what it means for business and simple people, it means simple thing that less business that can afford that rate at the level of 20%. For example, it was 12%, and it was in the cost of that good that has been realized. Now the delivery is up to 20%. Not every business has this rentability to cover this, so it will be reduced more and more. And we should take it into consideration. But again, these aspects, it's too difficult to understand what is important, what is not. We have simple classic business, trade, for example, and socially important directions, and we have great segment in agriculture. But again, even historically speaking, agriculture has social roots because that is the household at the village. So now the business, is it interested in this or not? For businesses and banks, that is the industry and agrarian sphere. So even terminological aspects of this thesis actually have some discrepancies, and government, yes, to develop the village, more than 1 million work in the sphere, more than half population work in the village. Yes, it's understandable, but from the point of view of business, that's another approach. It's not industry. It's another approach. And we should have different understanding of that. And another question that we should draw attention to, that banks, these are business structures that are oriented to cover those obligations, those commitments that they have according to the deposits of the physical entities, the commercial structures that don't have emotions. The person calculator who abstract from some commercial aspects for the efficiency when they invest in some business microcredits or other financial tools instruments, but we shouldn't be considering specifically, and because we can observe such a trend of state authorities, the fiscal policy is being forced and restricted. Yes, we can observe it, and the National Chamber of Entrepreneurs wants to participate in this work group about the new concept of tax policy, and we have a large working group, 300 entrepreneurs and representatives of business associations, where we consider different questions. Why it's important in the context of financial tools and instruments. You have mentioned how business, in which extent does the business ready to be transparent? Why it's not transparent? Of course, it is connected to the taxation. If the fiscal pressure really strengthens, then VAT goes down. And then the business starts changing. The economy hasn't grown. We can see more than 20% of the growth. What it means, business started to be divided into parts. It becomes even more gray. The less financial institutions can credit a small business, which is maybe nice, but banks make serious steps. Banks earn not just by means of credit, but also by means of different commissions, and it means the transparency of the business. If we have such a work that business is going to be transparent, it will be clear, we can inform it in the context of tax policy, so these tools will be understandable to pay the taxes for micro business, so it will be like one move and see all this flow. And based on this data, we'll understand is he available and possible, and if he's okay to get this credit. If we have the correct context with the tax policy, if we have collaborative efforts, Kazakhstan is not that great big country that we don't know about each other. If we can work in this sphere, again, the participation, governmental participation, comfortable school, more than 3 trillion, it is planned to realize in this direction. It can be the driver of developing domestic producers of this or that product. If we consider the regulating purchasing, procurements, that's about the changes in sphere of procurement, about 13 trillion, the total volume in this sphere. And there is some Rukazana, state procurements, and others. So again, there's large resource that can be useful for the population, for the society, as it is. But at the end, maybe not very positive, but let's remember about the economy of simple things, great initiative of state authorities. But again, look at the details, about 67%. Eventually, in this direction, it was realized all those credit resources to those who actually produce something and manufacture. More than 20% went to the services. I'm not saying that these services are bad or not bad, but again, in my opinion, I think that the state support should have some focus, some KPIs that the people would try to follow up, and not to focus on the way of realization. These are that project. There is a big temptation, and we have this lobby aspects. It's important to look at this adequately and to have this balance between the business, state interest, and social interest. And I think it is possible to realize. I would like to express the gratitude for such expanded answer. Yes, these are the forms and ways of collaboration, responsible cooperation between the business and financial institutions. But nevertheless, what should business change inside? I'm speaking about the responsible business in order to be able to address and to get credit resources. Of course, we understand that the environment, the base rate, and the predictability, it's clear. But we have such aspects from the side of the regulator. There are such requirements. It's a little bit delayed, but been postponed, but it will appear and show up later. In risk management system, banks they have to monitor the correlation with taxation aspects. And here there's a problem of decreasing the regulatory standards. It can be according to some specific level, but then it can lead to the disbalance in financial instability. But the creditors, the loaners, they realize and understand it just because banks require, because they're so cruel, or do they realize that it is the necessity and that it has to be like this? Speaking about financial logic and consequence, that without this tax transparency, business cannot get the access to the credit resources, because eventually these credits will become problematic ones. And how can we improve this culture among businesses? Then we're talking about the credit resources, and we have this so-called credit shoulder. It should be some sort of your own equity, and it should be owned or attracted or based on shareholders. But very rarely people talk about it. We create the company right away, right today. We should get this loan, this credit resources, and about interest rates 6%, for example. I'm exaggerating, of course, but that's what I've heard so many times from businesses. So what can we do, and what should we do to improve this culture among these credit takers and this loaners, these borrowers? That is the responsibility of banks, or it is our task, state authorities, and the Chamber of Entrepreneurship?
Thank you very much. Quite an interesting question. Well, I think from not such emotional aspects like culture and other aspects. So I stand on a pragmatism ground. If it's profitable, then it's transparent. If it's not, then it's not. So how to make it profitable? The source of financing. Very little people understand these nuances. Why it is noted that the digital institutions, financial institutions, they have entered our life, and when people start seeing that indeed, when you are transparent, it becomes easier. So, with one click, you can raise funding. It's a huge leap in that direction. But once again, there's an expression: bad laws are compensated with their non-observation. Their poor observations. So if together with the Ministry of National Economy, the retail tax concept, and I hope that the next year we will be able to elaborate that in more detail with the tax regimes. So of course, you remember about the segments: micro business, retail business, or small business, medium and large. And we know that micro business, its tax administration doesn't cover the income that the government gets. Maybe this segment should be simplified in such a way so it would be as much as possible. So using the mobile apps, microfinancial institutions, possibly the banks, if it works, optimize the special tax regimes as such, and integrate these systems with existing financial systems, including the account management, online banking. And if all this would be able to integrate, the business would not be interested in evading the tax, because yes, of course, if there's a fiscal burden, but if there is a balanced approach, we will be able to implement this. Well, the entrepreneurism, the human calculator, if it's profitable, they would strive towards this. If there are barriers, however the urges are emotional and culturally wise, that means we work poorly. So we need a pragmatism in its best understanding from both parties, both from the creditor and the debtor. So Shalkara Manosevich, a question to you. Today we've spoken that we have a growing microfinancial organization segment. Of course, they take particular niche, but there is an opinion that in microfinancial organization, they get the debtors that were rejected by the banks. So this myth has to be discarded, in my opinion. What are the advantages of these financial institutions? What is the special client base that you have? What are the advantages of your business model? Thank you very much for the invitation and for your question, Elena. I am a firm advocate that if the client was rejected by the bank, so it's in its essence, he should not get any loans. Of course, there are specifics. If the client, as a client, doesn't really suit one the financial institution, it should be extended to the whole financial sector. What is a common opinion is that the myth is that the microfinancing are some kind of usurers whose activity is aimed at the consumer loans with high interests. But if you remember the history, it was established for the development of the private sector, for the entrepreneurship. And in this sense, I support what is being done by the regulator in the field of online microcrediting, since right now there is a cleaning of the fields and there are calls so that their activities should be regulated, structured in a way to see some institutional growth in this segment. But at this, understanding that there should be a balance, and if there's such a need in such institutions, maybe it should be in place. As per the advantages that you have mentioned, I would repeat once again that this year microfinancing in Kazakhstan celebrates 25 years ago. Exactly 25 years ago, next week, the first license was issued for a microfinancial company, and our mission initially was to develop the entrepreneurship, to give them a hand. And out of 200 billion Tenge of our portfolio, more than 90% are the entrepreneurs, and half of them is in rural area, and half of them is in urban area. And responding to your questions on the advantages, I would say that 25 years ago, we've started our activity as the organization that provides the loans to the entrepreneurs without collaterals. 25 years ago, it was very strange to hear from the side of the banks. Banks were principally not interested in this segment with these entrepreneurs, and we have taken a mission to develop this business with the help of our small loans. And supporting Timur, I would like to say that in principle, in the microfinancing field, it's not that bad, but the leading microfinancial company right now are directly working with international financial institutions that are widely represented both in our country and beyond its borders. So together with EBRD, we have a female entrepreneurs funding program. It's not that the advantage is that the bank can use it, but this is our feature where we have gained an experience, and together with the ADB, with the International Financial Corporation, we have particular programs on crediting the rural entrepreneurs. Any bank may be involved in that, but out of our 130 structural divisions, 77% are located in rural areas. So we can say that we're much closer to our client than, and as I have already noted, half of the business portfolio is in the agriculture sector. There is a number of other advantages that may be mentioned, but the main ones are the female entrepreneurs, the rural entrepreneurs, and we also have a green economy program with the EBRD, a very good program, and I was asked about it. Under the condition that the entrepreneur purchases the equipment for his business out of the list that EBRD has approved, then he gets cashback 10 to 15%, and it is quite a significant amount. And so far, we are the only ones who participate in Kazakhstan in this program. I guess that's the main advantages. So maybe a somewhat leading question. So right now, the subject is being actively discussed since the microfinancing institution has no access to deposits. They need a cheap funding, and the cheap funding is only provided by state. What's your opinion on that? And secondly, I know there are examples where a number of microfinancial organizations can apply to the debt market for the funding, and then it's quite successfully implements the market instrument thanks to these loan resources. In this respect, I support Mr. Lamtanze that the government should be less involved, and we should have market interest rates and market processes. And in this respect, recent changes initiated by the regulator that allow the micro-financial companies issue the bonds, and which wasn't previously in place, and many companies have used that the opportunity, or at least intends to do so in current conditions, without the funding channel in the form of deposits. Of course, we first of all look for resources both within Kazakhstan and beyond its borders, and if the interest rates and the conditions, so if these are foreign currency loans, we need to hedge them, because we can't lay this risk on our clients. So we have to hedge it ourselves. So we involve local banks for that, and in this respect, as per the state program, since we have Gauhar Beribaeva here, there were a lot of state programs in microfinancing domain in this country. Not all of them were successful. Out of all state-run programs, well, not exactly state-run, that were most close to the market, they were most successful, were the programs developed by Damu Fund, with their own means. But as soon as we have the state-run program from Bayterek and from the ministry, such programs are usually small companies go there to sustain their liquidity. I see. So constructive dialogue is of utmost importance during the design stage of the programs. Again, the issue of synergy. Getting back to you, Timur Ruslanovich. So we've had a discussion on the consumer loans, but I wanted to touch upon not exactly the consumer loan, but the retail loan, but which involves, of course, the support of the corporate loan demand. So the the maximum growth was in the mortgage sector. So it was 26.8% for the year, and the total portfolio reached 4.9 trillion Tenge. So you are head of a group, you have analytics. Do you see the possible risk in such dynamics, given the unstable macroeconomic situation, and what, in your view, could be done to mitigate the credit risk in economics, in the economy, and the mortgage risk, particularly, and real estate in a broader sense, mortgage or real estate risks? Undoubtedly, the history with the development of mortgage in Kazakhstan right now, and that it's being growing strongly. It proves that the Kazakhstan is not just a very rich but also a generous country. We need more mortgage than we have right now. The level of mortgage involvement in economy is not reaching even the minimal level that we would need currently, given our level of development. We need more mortgages. Maybe it should be extended even more than in other countries comparable, given the challenges that we see. We have a lot of false urbanization. We need to build a lot of residential apartments. We need to seek for opportunities so that a family of two working individuals would have the opportunity to purchase an apartment, and they could pay for the mortgage. Of course, we see the demand when people when people get mortgage with a quasi-American interest rate, and we understand that the scope of the loan is restricted is limited with the scope of residential apartments that could be sold to clients. If that we would have more residential apartments that would fit this program, we would issue more loans. It's simply being restricted by the number of apartments that actually meet the program requirements. And undoubtedly, I would repeat myself, what our share, the correlation of the total mortgage and GDP is still insufficient. It is very strange to speak about any overheating risks because this risk has this loan has a very good first deposit, and it's being limited with the maximum cost of residential apartment, and basically right now we have a situation when the collaterals are lowered. So basically the client pays a lot more. I mean the down payment than it was previously, and in my opinion, we're very far from subprime crisis. And here I wanted to get back to such a goal setting. Sometimes we get the impression that we have some contradictory goals. Either banks want to increase the loans, or there should be decreased. So it may be a natural argument between the national bank and the government regarding the what your policy should be aimed at. Either the loan should be increased, then the number of loans should be increased or decreased currently. But once again, I would repeat myself. We see interesting things. We have the mortgage with 20% interest, which could be afforded only by the richest citizens of Kazakhstan. So basically, if you purchase an apartment for 50 million tenge, you would have to pay 10 million just for your interests. So that would mean $1 million a month. So the renting an apartment would be considerably cheaper. So you can rent it for 500,000, and you have to pay the interest of 1 million. And even there, we have some demand. Some people, and we understand that the people try to pay it off as soon as possible. So they use it as a bridge loan to get some funding, and they understand that they would cover it in advance. But there is an let's call a hunger for the mortgage, and that's a national challenge for us. If we would manage to issue more mortgage loans, then it would be completely unclear on what money this residential apartment may be purchased, because we can't build it in such case. Otherwise, we'd have the social explosion that we all want to avoid. And here we would hope to have the mechanisms in place, not just for social mortgage, for socially vulnerable groups of population, but the main bulk of working Kazakhstan would be able to afford their own housing using the market mortgage. And given the programs and mechanisms of refunding mechanisms, no risks for macroeconomic stability are not there. Maybe I think we have designed it in such a way that the banks get. So basically speaking, the banks do not need any funding to provide the mortgage loans. All the load was given to the fund. So basically, what banks should do is issue loans and issuing a loan and underwriting. So it's very difficult to model a case where banks, for example, where we would have the mortgage crisis, given the depth of the down payment or negative interest rates on this loan, when the price for the apartment for residential apartments are growing faster than the interest on the loan. So I don't think that we will see the situation with the overheating of the market. Well, you undoubtedly spoke right now about the mortgage with the involvement of the state, but what I mean is the market mortgage and the risks concerned with that. At the first plenary session today, we've had a conversation on the three-shift school. So we are in Almaty, and we all know what's taking place here when children have to visit schools in 3 shifts. Don't you think that the development in the center of the city and in the outskirts as well, it wasn't balanced, and as a result, the residential development was the goal, and all accompanying infrastructure, supportive infrastructure, was left behind, and it's all the responsibility of the state as a state program. And there is a question: we as a taxpayers, we are responsible for that, and we incur expenses. So particularly, we have the program to support the residential construction savings, and there are requirements set by the government. And there is no requirements that this housing should be given to the social vulnerable layers of population. So that means everyone could open a deposit and get premium from the budget, so at the expense of the taxpayers. There are risks of such character. These are fiscal expenses. If we're speaking about the commercial mortgages, do you see risks there? You see, in commercial mortgages, we don't see any risks because we don't see the market mortgage as such. So right now we're one of the largest players in this market. So within the framework of the digital mortgage, so we see in the statistics of the National Bank, so we're taking a large proportion of the commercial mortgage. Maybe there is some business mortgage, but this is a quite separate story. But I would repeat once again that the brave residents of Almaty or Astana or Shymkent who are capable of getting the mortgage with the 18 to 20% interest are virtually non-existent. It is just so few, and so that means and that is very few risks. And this mortgage is being paid quite quickly, and people only take it when they absolutely need that, and when they need some money. And I absolutely agree with you that we have three shift schools. So we have growing demographics, we have growing number of children, we have 250,000 children being born every year. If we won't fund the construction of the schools on the PPP, and we won't find any reasonable money for that, okay. This again could be laid to the Ministry of Finances. We need subsidies for school construction, or we should make it a part of the PPP so that the retired people could pay for the mortgage. But there is no other way out except for building these schools. Until we have a positive growth of population and low level of urbanization, we need to build these schools. We need to continue moving people to cities, otherwise we would explode. So the problem is not that we're constructing a lot of housing. We built too few of it, especially in center of Almaty, but we built less infrastructure. It seems that we should build it even more, and we all should be part of this process. We as banks should be more proactive in finding new ways of crediting some projects. We should fund the contractors. Maybe the corporate welfare projects should also be funded so that this school would emerge, because if they won't, I'm afraid we won't have the country in the way we have it now and that we like so much.
We really want to save social stability, and that is why, in any case, and using any means, with the support of the government or without it, we need to build and construct the schools, and we need to give opportunities to move to the city. So urbanization, that's all for us. The largest city, Almaty, less than 2 million, and global trends say that we need to have more larger cities with a larger number of people. That's a great challenge for everyone, and we cannot postpone it. We cannot stop the construction. We have to build, we have to spend, and we have to fight together with this crisis, and we will try to find it. That's our responsibility. Yes, Mr. Timur, we were trying to find this balance during the whole first session. How can we balance monetary and fiscal policy, and how we can squeeze our expenditures in order to improve the welfare of our people? And partially, that's not really directly goes, but it goes to subsidizing the rates, what can happen actually according to the market conditions. Let's get back to the questions, market questions. that is clear that we definitely need to understand that our aim should be realized and implemented in reality, and financial sector needs to help the growth of people. That's market, basically, of course. And in the past, we had the problems, speaking about mortgage and then real estate sector. It was not a long time ago. It was 12 years ago. And some people still remember this. But I would like to understand, here in Kazakhstan, do we have some specific market of problematic assets and how they are being constructed, or we follow the common trend that we have in the world? Natalia, you've participated, so far as I know, in the conference in London, Global NPL, and there was this session organized by our agency devoted to Kazakhstan, and there was the discussion about the necessity and education in MPL, and what are the difficulties, and this international experience and practice. So is Kazakhstan that much different comparing to other countries? And from the position of foreign investors, is there any interest in this market of stress assets that can actually get back to the economical turnover? Thank you for the question. I would like to comment the previous topic in the beginning. First of all, if banks want to fund and finance the schools, they do this. And yes, we do build and construct them. If banks want to fund the constructors, yes, they do that. And moreover, I would like to mention, if you fund the constructors, you know that there are some requirements, speaking about the kindergartens and schools, there are requirements for them. So it goes the right direction. It depends on appetite and bankers to structure the things. But yes, we do that. Speaking about schools and the constructors and different aspects, not just connected to state-private partnership, but getting back to the market of NPL. I just want to mention that this warning situation and this worrying situation regarding geopolitics, it's everywhere in all countries. European politicians, they're more or less similar, and there are some, for example, China is outstanding, a small number of NPL, lots of different arguments. The real statistics are not, but in fact, they have very small percent of NPL. Large percent is in Turkey, which reflects the volatility of the economy. But in general, the trends are the similar ones, taking into consideration the regulatory processes and from the side of national banks and agencies on financial regulations and development. Of course, everybody tries to improve, and according to the rules and norms of international report, they try to get rid of this NPL because it become not beneficial when you try to price for 100%. NPL in Kazakhstan is getting better. We have certain requirements that have been mentioned by other participants as well, EQR, SREP, and others, and other requirements, other aspects that we have to do, which means more balanced policy and the IFRS and all bank sectors, everything that consisted in geopolitics. Yes, it is the part of it too. Ruble Tenge got more expensive. People could buy, could trade before. IRR is different in each specific certain project. And according to our bank, which had great process during 4 years, there is the interest of investors because we got rid of our problematic, troubling credits, and especially foreigners as well. And in this current situation, that is the hotel sectors and European and Turkish companies come over, and that initiative that tells that they have come and looked at the available palette in some sectors of interest in economy. Probably it will have its own trigger and will stimulate the convenience of the foreigners and comfort of foreigners to these markets. But of course, we shouldn't forget that before we publish these things, we always say, okay, welcome, that's available. But of course, as banks, we have such a long way of accepting, taking to the balance, or having all these procedures by means of judicial systems and courts and to be able to own it. But again, that is all this environmental legislation and that's surrounding that have to reduce this periods of times that we'll have an opportunity to get rid of it earlier. We will start working with new money and it will work better and faster. But that's what we can see in accordance to our projects, and it relates to the production, manufacture, hotels, and other medical centers, etc. So I believe that our banks basically work in conditions of international standards, and any kind of business of credit in regards of risks, some problematic, troubling assets, it's something that the credit market cannot develop without these things, and banks need to issue new credits, and of course there should be some specific companies such as collectors that should be involved in the process of collecting and the recovery of this assets and loans and credits. So talking about our issues, we have the demand on commercial credits and commercial loans and entrepreneurial requirement, environment, micro business, small business, and for large probably too. But if we are talking about some large infrastructural project, there should be the governmental support. There should be some sort of state-private partnership, not maybe just the money from the budget, but some orders, some long-term orders. And getting back to our borrowers from the potential business environment, Mr. Timur, I take the data of national statistics, second quarter in Kazakhstan, it was 25.8%. In agriculture, 25%. Transport 26.2%, hotel and restaurants 255%, trade 6%, they suffer, and construction 17.6%. So does it actually correlate and reflect the reality with what you're saying that but we're talking about the nominal, the inflation 18.8%. So if it is the service sphere, of course, they put their expenditures to the consumer and the income will be even better. Will we have the demand for loans and credits in these beneficial sectors from the point of view of statistics? Well, speaking about the statistics, probably just everybody was trying to fool around with this. But of course, we have such percentage interest rates in construction, but in this VIP status, when it is business real estate, yes, we can have such rates. But in other directions, in construction, for example, this aspect is much lower. When it comes to the trade, if it is shop near the house, then of course it's like different profitability, and they have their level of income and benefit the business is ready to go to, because business will not work if they do not have this profitability. And the second part, when it comes to the idea that business will take, well, everybody needs money, of course, and the entrepreneur, that's the one who will do something always to find these resources to actually be able to act. And sometimes it's critically important, ristically important, and businessmen truly, they are truly optimists, basically, and it has a great impact as well. And the question is not that he will not be looking for money. The question is where and which interest rate. And as our colleagues were already mentioning, this high-risk credit, who's ready to fund it, those who issue it, but larger interest rate. And then this rate can actually change significantly. It can be like different aspects here. So basically, we're talking about the gray zone or white zone. And when there's going to be some reduction in this zone, it doesn't mean that people will leave and they will not take money. It means that they will go and just take money from other people, other interest rates, and it doesn't really matter that it will be in this transparent, open, white zone. zone, because people always need money. The question is that there should be this kind of environment of white zone being regulated and, of course, transparent. We got used to this, that finances are always available in white zone. But again, if the situation is going to be changing, these times can get back when those financial institutions were really flourishing, when they were coming differently to these questions and other interest rates and etc. But business, of course, will try to adopt any kind of situations no matter what happens. So, of course, we need money, and interest rates can be available and affordable. Someone could bear with market interest rates, and they're ready to take these risks. And what's important, another side that issues is this money with high interest. They need to assess these risks adequately, and the level of trouble assets shouldn't grow. And speaking about this governmental support, supporting financial tools for large projects, based on this shock background, the number of banks has shortened and Russian daughter banks left. And of course, there was the supply that has been reduced from the side of bank on large corporate credits and loans. So my question is the following. You are the daughter bank, Citibank. You have your own business model, but nevertheless, you still have your background, your large shareholder. In which extent you're ready to credit actively here in Kazakhstan, or you would like to propose other types of support, speaking about large business, and what do you think? What can be the efficient ways of collaboration with financial institutions? We were talking about state-private partnership that is being practiced in developed countries. Yes, thank you. Here I should mention in the beginning that the time is almost, we're running out of time, and I would like to share the last initiatives. The first initiative is, I think it is a pretty much large change, which was implemented recently in November, the change in 170, which says that we can use mother's guarantees as a high liquidity provisions to manage the limit of one borrower. What's it's important? Because it gives additional instrumentarium for international banks that that is basically half of the bank system, and it was not involved that great extent. So we can use these mother guarantees in order to activate funding, additionally provide the tools, the set of tools, and not just to use the offshore method of funding, but onshore here in Kazakhstan by means depending on the risk appetites and depending on the liquidity that you have here in Kazakhstan. So it's really important, and banks with international participation and content, we can see the significant leveling up and funding in this sphere of bank system, including us, Citibank. We are also working on increasing of pipeline in this sphere. And the second initiative, I think it's pretty much important, and it's not really about the crediting, but nevertheless, it is connected to the global institutional works, with institutional companies, institutional investors that come to Kazakhstan. And that is that moment and the commitment to Kazakhstani market. Literally, in November last week, we were the participants of the participants of Depositarium AX. And what does it give to us? It gives additional opportunity for global international investors, our clients, to have an opportunity to enter, to have access to those securities that are being traded at AX. And that is to the addition of that work that we do at KASE. Especially when it comes to this KMG that went to IPO. And another initiative that I would like to mention, that we are working at the corporate sector, and we're working with the foreign investors, we're working with state sector, governmental sector, and when it comes to the international investors, so we can hear what they're saying. And we are working really actively as the Council for International Investors. And the last initiative in October, we have signed the memorandum, MOU, with the government of Kazakhstan and with the Council of International Investors, where we have mentioned that application of international digital signature as the pilot application is important because it simplifies the work of our global companies working here in Kazakhstan. This international digital signature is like a standard DocuSign. It's very widely applicable. It's important for institutional investors that come, for which we would like to simplify this access, and we wish that it will be easier for them to get the access to the Kazakhstani market. So because of the time that we're running out of time of our second panel session, I just wanted to draw your attention to these changes. Colleagues, we already had this hot discussion during the first panel session. The topic was about the responsible business from all different perspectives and paradigms, and from the side of the bank and the real sector. And it's important to understand the conditions of macroeconomy and micro regulations of what business can expect from financial institutions and what financial institutions can wait from business. That is clear that both sides look at the different types of governmental support, and it can be different. We can have the governmental state-private partnership institutions, and we have created an institutional environment on behalf of Byturek and its daughter organizations, Damu Fund, for example, and some funds and some types of state and private partnership. For us, the aim is to offer market tools to those who understand them and who can use them in an adequate way. So thank you so much for this discussion. We have identified that we have the field for further activities, so we can credit everyone using any types of market rates. We just need to assess the risks of each other. So let's see. A year later, we'll see how our plans are implemented or not. In any case, I would like to mention that there is interest to collaboration and decreasing the credit risks that we have. For both of us, it is a headache, but using this positive note, we have all the terms and conditions to expand the funding of the economy in different shapes by means of market crediting, and our financial institutions are absolutely ready for that because they were ready to live in strict conditions of regulating the level of international standards. Thank you.
We were late for a couple of minutes, but I think we are within acceptable delay. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, I would like to congratulate all the participants with the holiday. So today we have a very interesting discussion, a panel session on the subject of the approaches to the inclusiveness and the financial availability. So it seems to me that today we have quite an interesting expert panel, very representative one that includes both traditional members of the financial market, the second-level banks, new players, non-banking financial service providers, cryptocurrencies, stock. And on the whole, the second-level banks are moving towards becoming something bigger. So we are all, in essence, are digital organizations. And today we have the regulator, Mr. Shulpankulov, the deputy head of the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan, the representative of the International Payment System, the Vice President Kristina Dorosh. Also with us, we have the deputy chairman of the Bank of Kazakhstan, Zhumabek Mamutov. Also, we have a representative of non-banking financial service providers, Alexander Doroshenko. And we have new vivid player of the banking sector and all digital solutions. He's the councilman of the Freedom Group. And Jaslan Madiev, the general manager of the Binance Kazakhstan. Again, a conceptually new player in the financial market. So some speakers have their presentations, some of them are without them. But I'm sure that in the course of this discussion, we're going to hear many interesting insights. We have a quite simple format. For every speaker, we have questions, and the speaker has 15 minutes to disclose the subject. And after this the session, whoever is interested here or online would get the appropriate responses. So the National Bank, since quite recently, is very active in stating their position in developing the financial infrastructure. We're developing a national payment system, and a number of achievements are already there, and new projects are being announced, and some of them are implemented. And I would like to hear your opinion on the achievements that have been reached and what perspectives are to be expected by the players of the market. Please, you're welcome. First of all, I'd like to greet everyone and to congratulate everyone with the Day of National Currency. And we're hoping that our national currency will strengthen and will be a reliable currency in this turbulent world. And as per the questions, how the system of financial service provision evolved. So the offline went into online, and online is getting deeper and deeper into the consumer market, and people are becoming less and less inclined to visit the banks, and they are doing everything with the mobile app, and this is a part of our life. And the most important position here, the position of the National Bank as a regulator, is the establishment of equally accessible infrastructure. First of all, I would like to know that the equally accessible infrastructure for the players of the financial market is that we're not trying to compete with the banks and provide services to the consumers. We want to provide the interbank infrastructure within which the members of the financial market should build the services for the consumers. So in our digital financial infrastructure, last year I have presented several projects, and I would like to share with you that this year we have initiated the instant payment system, where we have implemented the funds transfer service. It's basically the interbank payment by the mobile number. So this service was connected by most of the banks, and they share quite a good interest as a consumer. And everyone asks when the major banks would get in. There is a particular schedule, and every bank would get connected to this system and would go deeper and deeper into that. And of course, the instant payment system is not just focused on one service, and we assume the QR payment. It would give the players of financial market the opportunity to develop their own services and promote them within their own infrastructure. So the system of interbank of card payments is first of all aimed for the localization of the card transaction within the country. We'd like to thank first of all to our international payment systems that have supported the initiative of the National Bank and provide all kinds of support, and they're here, and I express my gratitude to her that they're very active in the support of this initiative. And the third direction is the digital biometry. Yes, in 2019 we've built the digital biometry, but in the nearest time we want to get deeper into that, because the digital biometry is the main provider of the digital services. And since everyone is getting tired of the digital signature and the digital biometry, and the strengthening reinforcement of the multimodality is one of the headlines. Is one of the headways to for the direction of the development of the financial market participants and the source of comfort for the consumers of the financial services. And the National Bank is unambiguously confident that the source of the data is the consumer itself, and he is the main participant, and that is in fact an individual who is to decide where the digital biometric should be stored, with the right to recall or withdraw the right for this. And within this framework, within the digital biometric system, we want not just to reinforce the digital multimodality and secure high level of participant identification, but also provide the right, the consumer, to manage with his own biometry, which speaks that, well, basically within this framework, we all give our approval to use this biometry, but the consumer himself does not see how he disseminates his own data. And localizing this information, we would like him to see where his information is stored, and he would manage it, the information about himself or herself. And the fourth project is the Open API, Open Banking. Yes, we're saying that this is quite complex endeavor, and as the international experience shows, this is one of the drivers of the competition development, which first of all would assist the National Bank in building the client-oriented approach, so the consumer himself or herself should know and manage his accounts, not with the personified data, biometric data that is, but also financial data, deposits, everything he or she has in different banks. This system should build the process. The client-oriented approach is becoming the cornerstone of this process. So, in brief, the main messages of the National Bank are development of competition by equal availability of the infrastructure, and the client-oriented approach. The client should manage his data, both biometric ones and financial ones. That would be briefly all. Thank you. Thank you very much for your very brief but very informative presentation. I guess despite the difference of the tactical interests of different stakeholders and regulators, I think our priority is the consumer. And it's very pleasing to see that the philosophy of the infrastructure is built around the consumer and his or her rights. And I think here the players of the market would share this position. There might be different approaches to how to reach that, how to achieve that. But I think that our goal is where we all meet. And on the whole, speaking about the personified data, it is undoubtedly would get ever-growing significance. So if throughout, if in the past the main asset was we said that main asset was the oil, and it's become a part of the model of the financial market participants. And I would like to ask the representative of the Bank, and Bank is actively developing its own ecosystem, and you have very good products on the data processing, and several years, if I'm not mistaken, you have implemented the data factory. Of course, this is data are an important asset which feed your model. And in this context, what should be the interaction between the regulators and the members of and the participants of the financial market, how they affect the competition, and how you see the future around this specific subject? Please, the floor is yours. Binur, a very good question. Thank you very much. And availing myself with this opportunity, I'd like to congratulate everyone with the Financiers Day, the professional holiday, the day when we've had our own currency, which is quite a significant milestone for every one of us. And getting back to your question, I would answer you as follows, because I wanted to speak about the digitalization and how it impacts the availability of the loan solutions, how it affects us as clients, and how on the whole, due to the high rate of the digitalization, the business models are transformed, and of course the importance of personal data and the data themselves that we start to see, process, and they are valued differently right now. So at some period it was theoretical part for us, and we understood the significance. So right now, based on our very vast practical experience, we start feeling that in our approaches and models to service. As for the digitalization, when we say about the availability, how quickly it affects business. Speaking briefly, the traditional business, if we're speaking about the retail, about individuals, and a lot has been said about the consumer loans today. And throughout the history of our bank, including the integration with Kazakhstan, whose portfolio was included also the BTA bank portfolio, and the portfolio that we have as of the end of the 2019, so it accounts to, if I'm not mistaken, to 900 billion Tenge. And when the digitalization was initiated, the driver of this was the service that our regulator has provided, assisted to move further and evolve in this direction. It was the story of the facial biometry and approval of the identity. So since 2019, we've managed, with the help of digital services, to get a portfolio of almost 2.4 trillion Kazakhstani tenge. If we would think about that, about the figures, so it turns out that this is, I would point it up a bit, so it was almost a triple growth. This is what the digitalization does, how quickly and seriously it impacts the availability of the financial services for the population. For what took us decades, just in 5 years, it has grown several times. Several other services emerged and became popular among our clients. But it seems to me we, as the participants of the financial sector that establishes the values for consumers, we understand that the digitalization changes the needs of our clients, the needs of the population. So we, as consumers, often started noticing that the digitalization makes us dependent on our smartphone, and if we would consider how many hours we spend daily with it, somebody may be taken aback. And which says that we as consumers of the services, with an active development of the digitalization, we start spending more and more time with smartphone. Being in smartphone, that means at the end you have a very high availability for any services that the markets can provide, and we understand clearly that our end user will basically vote with the smartphone button. I choose one app, I choose one service which I consider suitable for me, which is profitable for me, which fits me by color, by client swipe, by format, and maybe it would fit with some other psychological traits. And right now, moving further, closer to your question, to the essence of the question, it is important to understand that the comfort is one of the aspects that we are paying attention to, but in the high rate of the digitalization and growth of services, we understand that our consumers start asking the question of the on the security of data that I accumulate when I am in some digital ecosystem. We clearly understand that, and of course, the group is very careful about that, because along with that, we note that separate entrepreneurs are developing as well. These are also results, particular results of the high rate of the digitalization. And the security of these data leads to what? The protection of our clients. It becomes one of the priority tasks for financial sector, because we know how strongly the social engineering is developed based on the data analysis. So different scripts are being generated, and our respected clients are getting confused, and it's quite sad to see. But our part, when we start working on the data processing, the security of personal data, we understand that accumulating more data as a financial institution about our clients, we start understanding him better. And first of all, we can prevent and notify from the service point of view. We can give hints what decision may be taken at a particular moment, and on the other hand, always strive to anticipate the client's expectation, which is quite obvious. So I guess this has been stated numerous times, and the question is how it is done and what are the outcomes. And briefly, that would be like that. Thank you very much. Indeed, very interesting, and I agree with the thesis that this term is called economy of attention, and indeed, all participants of the market are competing for the time that the consumer spends on them in his smartphone, and the personalization and the correct UI UX becomes a decisive factor for the competition in a financial sector, where the personal data play a key role. And I would agree with you that the importance of personal data and their security for consumer is growing. If previously we've paid a special attention to leaks of, didn't pay quite the special attention to leaks of personal data, right now consumers in the Kazakhstani financial markets are very sensitive to that issue. They understand that this is an asset that is successfully monetized by particular companies, and it is pleasing. It's very pleasing to see that out of the leading circles of the financial markets, they are cooperating and coordinating, and we wish you success in this domain, and we're hoping very much on the collaboration within the building of our financial infrastructure that is aimed purposefully for the protection of the consumers' data. On the whole, the financial market right now, as it has been stated numerously today, it goes through the ideal storm, but there are also other macro trends that are becoming more visible right now, and this relates to the tokenization, digital assets, decentralized finances, and we see throughout the world how so-called adoption and of digital assets is growing. And what is even more pleasing to see that traditional crypto hipsters, which centered their discussion around bars and they were marginalized, right now they're becoming institutional players, and they are entering the dialogue with the regulators, because the trend is obvious that the consumers choose because it is comfortable for various user scenario in their everyday life. It is very important, of course, despite crypto winter and the shocks that are passing right now, to create an atmosphere of trust in which we as regulators are interested, first of all, in the protection of the consumer rights and the protection of their assets, their data, and macro-financial stability. But at this we understand that it's important to choose balanced approach without the damage to innovation. And in this sense, it is good that the dialogue is just being started this year. One of the crypto stocks that was licensed by the regulator, which is the Binance Kazakhstan, if I'm not mistaken, it's like a fork of the Binance Global. It is ready to fit all the standards and help developing these standards. So I would have a question to you then. So we see, and in a particular sense, we work out cases where these two worlds are bridged. So what's your view? What is the further development? How it would affect the traditional financial infrastructure, especially the payment market? As far as I know, in Binance ecosystem, there is a lot of this solution. So hybrid infrastructure, it would be interesting for all of us to listen about that and on your personal point of view.
Thank you so much. Also, I would like to congratulate all of us, and I wish you all the best in your professional activities. Before we move on to the discussion of these moments, thank you. From the point of view of collaboration with the regulator and market and providing alternative decisions for the consumers, as we've already started discussing this, the ecosystem request, I would like to start from this and then discussing the further questions that were announced. Okay. So Binance today, that is a crypto fund, exchange fund, which is the leading #1 in the world, and with the market share more than 6%, and the number of users more than 120 million users of Binance. For example, 2 years ago, the number of users was a little bit more than 40 million, and daily trades are up to $70-80 billion per day. And the products are available in more than 180 countries, and we're working on getting the licenses. I will talk about it a little bit later. Plus, the ecosystem of Binance allows to increase the number of users. Also, I have not identified the button that I can use for managing, or there are some issues with connection. Actually, in the ecosystem, Binance, there is a great choice of a product line. You can see the main line, and speaking about cryptocurrency exchange, that it is clear platform, and mining, classical mining, that here today in Kazakhstan, that it is one of the important questions. We do not work with mining. We have mining pools where they have their specific network and their calculation capacity is being unified, and then it is cryptocurrency, and one of the safe ones, and the number of daily users, about 25 million in general, more than 25 million users, and the devices that those people who want to have the self-custody, they use it. It is safe. There are some special advantages and disadvantages. Of course, you cannot forget the password, because you will not be able to get the access to your finances. And within the frameworks of the ecosystem, it is almost 1-to-1, close to dollar, because it is provided by the dollar assets, USD, I mean, BNB chain. That is the network, blockchain network, the most popular one. Binance initiated its creation someday, but we cannot say that it belongs to Binance. We are the participants of this network, and it is being managed by the public community, very popular. More than 1,300 different applications that has been built in this blockchain network. About 3 billion transactions were done using this chain, using this network. And we also formed the competences by means of our Binance Academy, Binance Research, Comment, and that is such a treasure information that is available for free, and we collaborate with different universities and programs all over the world. And even in Kazakhstan, we have chosen 5 universities for a pilot project, and at the level of minor degree, we want to implement the degree blockchain engineering in technical universities. One of the universities was chosen with legal majors and having this compliance officers in this sphere. We have Binance Labs, that is VC arm that we have, about $7.5 million, and there are different startups, blockchain, our incubator, accelerator, where we can have such startups at the late stage, and it's being mentored so they can list their tokens at exchange funds to attract the investors and to work on their evaluation. Plus, despite this fact, we have more than 600 cryptocurrencies, and you can see that the platform, Binance, it's not just cryptocurrency exchange, but there is a list of products and services. There's like a synergy component for the further development of the platform. Here we have chosen top 100 countries where in this 79 countries, Binance has been presented with a market share. And as I've already mentioned, we are working with different regulators all over the world, 15 licenses and registrations in 15 jurisdictions we have got it. Plus, in more than 40 countries, we have this working process on getting this registration. You can see the 2 days situation. The slide represents this information. And of course, Kazakhstan, in the end of September, we've got the license in Kazakhstan. And nowadays, in Kazakhstan, about 70 employees work at Binance, and we expect that office will grow. And today, all the procedures, compliance procedures, and local exchange, it's all being worked on. Ideally, we plan to have the replication of the global platform and on this regulated environment to promote our local platform. We work in collaboration with different banks. We have the integration, and we have the pilot work together with commercial banks. We have the bank that we work on the cryptified channel without third parties to provide this free conversion from cryptocurrency to fiat and vice versa. Plus, all essential KYC, KYT procedures, and Binance, the first cryptocurrency exchange that implemented the procedure of KYC, and those 7,500 employees, we can mention that those 2,000 are employees in sphere of compliance. And it's difficult to find such organization where 30% of organization every day monitor in order not to violate anything in sphere of regulation. And the secure asset fund for users is about $1 billion. This fund was created just in case of any emergency, such as fraud, and if we have any cases on cybersecurity, when clients lose their means. And we have this fund that has the cost about $1 billion. And this fund is used to cover such cases with listing procedures, actually really strict ones, detailed, and we have this due diligence very detailed of all the developers that are working on these projects and talking, and value proposition is being assessed of this cryptocurrency before you get the access to the listing. So the team of developers analyze it in details. We have our specific policy that has been in accordance with regulators, and Binance is adjusted in such a way to have tight collaboration with all the regulators because it's one of the largest ones, and that is such a player that is under the monitoring from the side of regulators. That is a systematic player that comes to cooperate with the government regulators based on the accumulated international practice and experience, helps to work on some correct policy on regulating. And nowadays, I would like to express the gratitude to the regulator on the National Bank who monitors this direction, really feel their great input into constructing this correct regulation and control, that progressive regulation that helps to form and work on new products for the traditional financial sector. And from the point of view of perspectives, impact, influence, and changes that this industry has of digital assets on traditional markets, I would like to mention and to start with such a fund and financial market. Today, digital assets, cryptocurrency is accepted as a separate class of assets, and 1.5–3 trillion. The share is not that high, depends on volatility. So as a separate segment of assets, that's the valuation within this framework in comparison with classical aspects, bonds and equities, where it is more than 100 trillion. Of course, it tells about the potential and growth of this industry. And if we compare money supply, the aggregate on M1, then today, those stable coins that are provided by the dollar, it's about $175 billion in comparison with the financial proposal of the United States, where we have more than 20 trillions, Japan, big volumes, China, and we can see big potential. And the alternative as stable coins is being provided by stable currency, and it has very small share. And global institutional players, such companies as MicroStrategy, PayPal, and Tesla as well, all of them, they actually use this type of assets. They have the allocation in their portfolio as a cryptocurrency of digital assets. And if we take these hedge funds that are specific ones and on cryptocurrency, and these classical funds, more than 300 hedge funds that do not have this specific specialization, and they consider allocations in cryptocurrencies, and 10% of which actually consider the opportunity of allocation in this sector. So this adoption rate grows, the number of users grows and is increased already, and we have quick tempo and about 320 users, and that's pretty significant growth, more than twice. And mostly speaking, this growth is observed in these developing economies. The main factor is this financial inclusion in these economies. It was pretty much low with the access, and it's enough to have the internet, which provides the access to these assets, and you can get to the ecosystem to use a whole line of products in this market. Today, these are all innovations. We cannot go against it. And it is absolutely useless to stop it, to pause it, because if it doesn't appear here, it will appear somewhere else. Better regulation will appear somewhere else. So it's important to liberalize this sector and to create this spiral and to get into the transparent environment, how to regulate, in which way. And central banks, they test this CBDC and other sectors of digital assets, Canada, Bank, Switzerland, Singapore, and China. And, excuse me. Sorry, some kind of technical issues. Can we switch this sound off? So we tested having limited volumes and amounts, and we have fundamental benefits based on the speed, and if there is value for consumers, then why can't it be changed? So we have positive results. Why can't it be developed? Today, banks, together with Kazakhstan, they collaborate with us, cooperate with us, and this fiat gateway at this market. Why can't other banks come in and develop this? So this classification to the bank sector, a recommendation to consider how can we get closer to this, to create some specific teams that will try to disrupt our market and their own organizations in this aspect. Thanks so much to the regulators. And we are discussing the pilot project and all the CBDC and others, BNB chain integration that is being tested, different new products that can appear in classical banking, and I hope that next year we'll be able to share the results and to open this sector, this big industry DeFi for the classical bank sector. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zaslan. And I think that the case of collaboration, if we're talking about Binance, that is one of the representatives of cryptocurrency exchange that was between the regulators getting the license of International Financial Center in the sandbox and cooperating with National Bank and Kazakhstan legislation and jurisdiction. That is the possibility that is really important here. Such a disclaimer that we, as a regulator in Kazakhstan and International Financial Center, we're interested in having more and more players in order to have this competition in this sector. So the competition will grow, and there are other cryptocurrency exchanges where we have pilot projects. Since we're at the stage of this maturity stage, we need to have this collaboration, and all participants of financial market can find the value for themselves, and eventually it will bring the prosperity to our consumers, first of all, so they will be covered by financial service or quasi-state financial services. And in fact, indeed, truly, the contribution of this decentralized finances can be pretty high, and we will have to evaluate it to assess it. Plus, we would like to discuss with you, we were reading a lot of different interviews with you. It was such an interesting point of view about the system and freedom finance. And in one of your interviews, you've mentioned about this three pillars: fintech, govtech, and banking. Govtech is one of the benchmark and trend the market of bank applications, financial applications, and fintech, govtech, banking. It's all around personal data of our citizens, the correct processing of this data, time to market to be improved, to have interface better, and in general, to get more consumers and to win in this economy of attention. And with the same context, it will be interesting to discuss about non-banking organizations of fintech that the way it happens in many countries to cover many things. And this core banking, that value that you bring, so it can be used by others. I would like to listen to your thoughts. Do you see in perspective your ecosystem? What is the role of banking fintech organizations? And it will be very interesting to listen to. Where is your ecosystem going? Thank you for this question. I will have my presentation. And today I would like to tell you about the way and opportunities and possibilities, because today we're living in a very unique time. And for financial organizations at the market, we've never had such opportunities like we have now. And during the history of our independent banking, we have three directions
that we focus on that are being part of our strategy. In particular, this is our unique GovTech that allows changing standards on the whole in the market, both for classic banks and for digital bank, to have one start. So basically, it erases the boundaries when you have the accumulated historical infrastructure or your new face in the market, and you can take the way that took the other financial institutions decades. It will just takes 1 month. So from fintech standpoint, it allows being flexible, non-standard, brave, provide interesting solution from UI, UX, and I would elaborate further on how we build these stories. Of course, the IT from point of view, all main statements and financial organization that say that the IT is a must-have, and they have more opportunities to have this story when you transform the market standards and you go this way in a very brief period of time. But let's look at the stories that we all know, that we've heard a lot, we've read a lot. All these neobanks, and these neobanks, none of them positions themselves as a classical bank of any sort. So these are fintech companies. They developed in Europe. There's a history with their capitalization from the point of view of the open API development, about which our regulator says from the point of view of development. Yet again, there are several stories on this neobank development in Europe. Recently, we have been visited by European mass media, the representatives, the journalists from Germany, France, Belgium, other countries. And we, for quite a time, we have been contemplating what impulse this story had in Europe, and what are the opportunities in Kazakhstan. And of course, there are specialized banks like Solaris in Germany, which is purely focused on providing API for such fintech companies. And these fintech companies, they have a development impulse because there are particular rules of the game. Is the second payment directive, PSD2, namely, and GDPR regulation code that regulates the protection of personal data, and the access code. But when I was telling the European journalist our story, the story in Kazakhstan, that we have very cool stories here in Kazakhstan, and they are first in the world in some respect. And these are the main elements that I wanted to statement. Is the remote identification that Kazakhstani Center for International Settlements allows to identify the client and have the QOC and open account. It's the structured databases that Ministry of Digitalization, which structured this database, and our unique identificator, and it helps to get the access to lots and lots of data, and you as a financial institution doesn't have to ask. So you don't have to ask the client on his whether he's married or not, what is his family, and all other details. It helps to meet the requirements from the point of view of the client card opening and getting digital documents when you don't make him going from the center of population servicing to the bank. You can basically get your digital documents and generate the digital dossier. Another thing is our digital signature. There is a signature we use for the eGov. We have cloud fintech companies that provide cloud ECP. So basically, there are banks that allow the opportunity to provide the digital signature for this whole cycle. And as an example, our bank, which amounts just 1.5 years of history, so we as a fintech bank, we have non-standard approaches, but the combination of GovTech and fintech, we've managed to become leaders in 2025, just in 7 months. I know very few cases from other countries where current regulations, current GovTech capacities would give you an opportunity to get the market, the 62% of market. So this is a market choice. More than 500 developing companies started working with us. Why? Because in this ecosystem, in this environment, we're not just providing solution from a finalization point of view is when you issue a mortgage in less than 2 hours, and when you get the funds to the account of your developing company to continue your operation. And these stories inspire us because I think right now our country is a land of opportunities from the point of view of what I have listed. Another case would be thanks to these positions that I have mentioned. Via QR, you can open a brokerage card. You don't need a mobile app for that. Visit a bank, go through all these steps, talking to managers. So it's enough to pass the biometry in the landing page and open a banking account and brokerage account. And basically, even Robin Hood couldn't dream of what is taking place here. An even more fascinating story in Cupertino, in Apple, in the United States, they had a case when they started issuing digital documents in Apple Wallet. We have written them for quite a time that we have GovTech here in Kazakhstan. We can basically use the Apple Wallet with this. But the history of integration with the Apple API, it's 6 to 12 months of all negotiations. We found one Kazakhstani fintech company that has already done this. And basically, thanks to the collaboration of the bank with this fintech company, by this QR, you can download your digital documents into Google Wallet and Apple Wallet. And for that, you're not necessarily need to be the client of the Freedom Group. It's open. Any client who wants to download the digital documents in their wallet, it's available now. There's very cool stories that are taking place in Kazakhstan. So United States and Kazakhstan, two countries that can provide you such an ID in your wallet. Speaking about the fintech, there are two stories from the point of view of freedom ecosystem to which we pay attention to. First is B2B. When we have very cool B2B company, very cool fintech companies that provide such services. And second is the fintech companies that have a lot of traffic. And we are building our super app basically in in the freedom ecosystem, we have a lot of companies. We have brokerage companies and others. We have deals with Ticketon, with Aviato websites. There's a number of startups to the right. So our goal was we've counted 6 to 8 million clients who are in the system, but they're not onboarded in the bank for the reason that we build this infrastructure. You all know that this is a digital era, and it's not the issue how to find a client, where to find a client. So build this grand plan. You need 5 or 7 years to reach to 1 million, 10 million. You have other issues at hand. Are you ready to adopt them? So this 6 million in system, but they're living in another financial institution. And we are not setting this up because we're preparing the infrastructure. So I was speaking about the opportunity of opening the card in online via the ordinary link. Hypothetically, we could send 7 million SMS where the clients would pass the biometry and would open the account after passing the identification. It's not years or months. It may be 1 year or 1 hour, depending on how your infrastructure is ready. This is what about we're speaking when we mentioned Kazakhstan. So the fintech with such a traffic, we are trying within our open API element. It's not just pure open API, it's an element of it when we seamlessly integrate of CG of this company. They need a banking product, loan, a card, and some other things, and we're trying to circuit the cycle in their system, so that our product would live in their ecosystem. Another interesting story is on the level of the fintech and banking. We've learned to monitor the cost of real estate and the cost of a car. So this is the data scientists that built this model, thanks to the integration with the GovTech, with the databases, where you can basically tell that how much it costs just within several seconds, and with a very cool story. And when the client onboards our system and seeing that he has car or real estate, within several seconds you can inform him how much it costs. You can propose him insurance policies. If he skis, you can provide him an insurance for 1 day against the accidents, or if he flies somewhere, you can provide him the air ticket. So a lot of opportunities of working with client from this point of view. So basically, there was a time, we all know, when banking of Kazakhstan was known and the trendsetter in the CIS countries. We all remember that we were examples for CIS countries. We were proud that our financial system was growing, and I think right now we have the opportunity to become the benchmark for the whole world. And I wish our regulator, my colleagues, to build these very cool stories so we could build them together, and we will be invited at the international platforms where we would tell about our countries, our cases, how it was done today by Jasalan in a very inspiring manner about abundance. Let's share with our successes and achievements. Thank you. Undoubtedly, I've made an interesting conclusion for myself. So a lot of products of your ecosystems and other examples. So this is the outcome of collaboration, where everyone is involved in his business, where they do what they can do best. So, for example, the state has structured databases protected, and the core banking manages the assets. Of course, in this. In the course of this work, the important element to keep in mind is the security of consumers' data, because with the dynamics of the integration of such data, we have the number of weak spots is also growing, because God forbid if the leak takes place, it could basically become the source of significant mistrust to the financial system, and this is the point of our common interest to have this the collaborative atmosphere of trust, and it is pleasing to see that the Open API become the tool to use by your organization and for others. So maybe the regulator should standardize these elements to make them safer. Yet again, this could be done very cautiously because, as you have so rightly noticed, not to damage the innovation or break anything, and our innovative capacity on the whole. So we have several international players, international payment systems. They, of course, play a very important role. They become the bridge of the between the global financial system and infrastructure. So basically, what is called by a by the term of interoperability, which is an important part of inclusivity. So partially, I know that the international payment system wants to look ahead, so not just into tomorrow, but in the day after tomorrow. And in this slide, I would have a question: how do you see the interoperability of financial services on the whole, and in the context of Kazakhstan? Thank you very much. So can I have the very complex technical instrument, because the practice shows that this is one of the most complex gadgets. Dear colleagues, afternoon. Not being a native of Kazakhstan, I would like to congratulate everyone, which is a special honor for me, with the Day of Financiers of Kazakhstan, and to its passionate, professional financiers' success and prosperity and well-being. And so it's very pleasing for me, Benor, to hear that Visa right now is one of the global companies that gives this vision of the future. And today it's very interesting for me to tell on how we see the development of payment ecosystem on the whole. But prior to that, in a nutshell, what is Visa? I don't think that our company requires any introduction, but I just want to note several facts and several notes. We work in more than 200 countries. We have around 1 billion operations in an instant. I like this figure, 3.9 billion. So to give you an idea what it could be in relation to Visa. Yeah, maybe you all know that right now the number of forced population is reaching 8 billion. So every second dweller of the earth has the Visa account records, which sound very pleasing because we are the leader in the payment system. So being represented here for more than 25 years. So we were at the origins of the payment market in Central Asia and Kazakhstan on the whole, and we are an integral part of this market, providing a broad range of services both to the individuals, the end consumers of our products, and to our bank partners. And one of the most vivid solutions for business and for individuals about which you've heard, and which you use in Kazakhstan are tap to phone, and using the mobile phone, the Android-based mobile phone as a POS terminal, a new product that is being built on the distributed ledger as a blockchain, B2B Connect for transborder transfer, very informative and very convenient for the legal entity. And the solutions for consumers, which we use every day thanks to working with Visa, is the opportunity to pay with Apple and Google Pay. And a major focus for our company in Kazakhstan and Central Asia, given the fundamental role that SME plays in this country, is the support of it in all forms and ways. It's the entry in online and marketing support to inform the consumer that what they can purchase via the small enterprises. One of the key trends is the non-contact payment, and especially non-contact payment in transport. Here we actively work with administrations of the cities, with our partner Halyk Bank, to implement the transport systems. And in Kazakhstan, 10 cities are already covered with a system where you can pay with the help of the system in the vehicle. So maybe an integral part of our today's life is the Visa Direct, is the transfer between the individuals, B2P. and we have an internal joke and all kinds of letters because it's G2C, G2B, G2 small b. All these opportunities are, of course, supported by us very actively, and Kazakhstan is one of the leaders in this respect. Also, we have launched the transfer by a mobile number, which allows a client of different banks to transfer the funds by the number, which is, of course, very convenient. And the digital mission is an integral part of our life. And here are several moments. First of all, is the convenience for the banks. Building the infrastructure, the bank has the opportunity to optimize their cost for the card issuance, and with the problems with the semiconductors is of vital importance, and it gives us the opportunity to connect the banking app with the wallet to operate further.
That's all we have at the market. That is something that actively works. And Binur has mentioned, we really actively consider what we can say tomorrow. But it's really pleasant for me to emphasize what Zhumabek and and others have mentioned. Those elements tomorrow that have become reality in Kazakhstan, you will see these elements, I'm sure. And when we discuss this about future of money in this company, we have several elements, the components that will identify and determine the future of commerce, the future of payments, and future of bankings. Those elements that are clear for us mostly, but we should consider and look at the structure of these things. And fintech, for people, it's quite general understanding, and to have a little bit of classification in the system, it would be useful in order to understand how banks and other participants of payment market can cooperate with the representatives of fintech. In fintech, we have services for clients and infrastructural things that provide this platform decisions and solutions, the things that we know, neobanks and wallets, business decisions, crypto activities, broker activities, and infrastructure things. We have such aspects as companies that work with personal data, bank as the service, Solaris, that provides bank as a service. And the fintech development, it has changed banking significantly, and we understand this, and we can discuss the fintech itself. And we are talking about fintech 1.0. It goes to the past, and now we have fintech 2.0 that has been characterized that the access to the governmental private investments and the easy capitals, that's over. And now in fintech, I think we will have this development leader categories, and the benefit and that will be able to upscale it, and they will have the focus on sustainability, this consumer value proposition, and the business model stability. Look at the structure capitalization of some companies that are popular in fintech sphere during several months, and it shows how investors look at fintech. And the consolidation of fintech, it's such a trend that is proved by such numbers, and how the number of companies with capitalization with turnover more than $1 billion has grown up in the structure of flat card of maybe, and that's interesting trend that we draw our attention to. And of course, our life cannot be separated from this big tech. These large technological platforms have great impact and influence on our life, how we proceed our payments, and we have three main directions: large digital platforms, trade platforms, and markets, and payment platforms. And we shouldn't underestimate, especially during pandemic period. I always think, what if it happened this pandemic before e-com? Probably the humanity had more challenges. But so visa strategy, that is, we consider ourselves as a network of networks, and we provide the services with our VisaNet services, and plus we are sort of the bridge among the existing network. So our strategy is to continue partnership and collaboration with these companies. So final end users of the bank have an opportunity to use with the products together with the products of Visa, and look how this consolidation is growing, especially again in the United States. The volume of those turnovers and for 10 large platforms has grown during several years, and this consolidation will have the impact on the payment market. So real-time payments, RTP, that is the trend, and localization happens, of course, and on implementation of local platforms and systems. We really welcome this trend and openly cooperate and collaborate with work with our colleagues from National Bank, and I would like to express the gratitude to you, to your team, for this active and very high-quality work that helps us to implement the decisions and solutions, joint decisions and solutions, the main aspect of which to create the equal competitive conditions and to implement world achievements and innovations. And it's wonderful. And our statistics, our experience, and looking at this RTP all over the world, the main use case and systems of RTP. And so P2P, that the case that we see, and development of the system of local payments. And plus those trends of a certain future, but today, within the frameworks of the discussion, we have been discussing it. Such a trend as open banking cannot stay without attention. More than 50 countries all over the world, they have regulations on open banking service, and we are sure that it will grow because the expectations of the consumers of easy, joint, free collaboration of different players and the congregation for data, these expectations will move and push the market to have open banking, and Visa works really actively in collaboration of those banks, providing API as services for non-financial organizations. And Great Britain is one of the countries, I'm sure you know, that had implemented open banking, one of the first ones, and these numbers that you can see really as evidence that this trend is really powerful and strong. It will help to build on the capacity among financial key players, and of course consumers win in case of competition. So what's next? What we've heard at this panel discussion, as a Visa company, what will have the impact on future of money? And another question that comes up, what will be further? We see several directions, main directions, where we're moving the fintech and classical banking and others, because we think that as the division is just relative, because there are some bankings that can be ahead of fintechs, and we can see the fintechs have become banks. So financial institutions, they're moving and will keep going the same, basically, direction, embedded finance. Non-banking companies will provide the services, non-banking organization that will help each other, having this data and functional, and then metaverse, of course, analysis and understanding how we together can monetize and add comfort to this payment, to this universe that exists alone, and maybe even more basic than others, those teenagers that play video games and listen to the music in this universe. So the question how we can embed our finances, it will be a very important question. And I want to mention cybersecurity. It was mentioned today within the frameworks of our discussion. I think that for us here, it is important to mention that cybersecurity is one of the fundamental basis of everything that we have mentioned, because without cybersecurity, there will be no trust to everything what we do, especially online. It's impossible. That is why this company during the last 5 years invested more than $9 billion into development of cybersecurity system, and they keep working in this direction. In particular, this week, our experts in headquarters from San Francisco will have the seminar on cybersecurity here in Kazakhstan for employees of law enforcement authorities. So we go even further than our classical partners. We want to share our expertise with the law enforcement that, on behalf of the government, work in cybersecurity. And of course, another trend that we shouldn't forget, but the colleague from Binance didn't mention it, but I will just mention that Visa works actively in sphere of crypto products, crypto assets, in all directions of the spectrum, speaking about CBDC, digital currencies of central banks, and up to commercial application and developments of our partners, commercial banks of these card products, different types using the involvement of crypto assets. So that's how I think we see our future, Bino, right? Thank you. Well, okay, in general, I think all these bright presentations with different narrative additions that each companies do, and we would like to express the gratitude to other payment companies that add their contribution to the market, Visa, MasterCard, UnionPay, and others. That's a great window for us, for our jurisdiction to new innovations, because such services, Apple Pay, Google Pay, and others, it shows up because of some kind of push from this side of our international partners. It's amazing that we have this transparent economy, open economy to innovations. And I agree with you that, of course, eventually, for the consumer, it's better when the participants of the market collaborate and compete, co-petition, when we are together to create the infrastructure projects. It's interesting for everyone. We compete where there is healthy competition, when we have for the attention of the consumer, for the quality of the service. And yes, we would like to express the gratitude here. All of us, thank you, all payment systems. And again, last year, if I'm not mistaken, our colleagues from Russian Federation, they have published the statistics of payment systems, the Institute of Non-Banking Providers of Payment Services. Here in general, this institution, I think, in our opinion, we have this institute, and this institution added a sub-industry that has found its place, its segment among the consumers, and it grows in a sustainable way. And we have this profile association that has joined these players. Now we have great discussions on that, which space they're going to use. And this subsegment that Alexander Doroshenko, who is one of the drivers of this story, I would like to say and to listen to you. What are the further perspectives of this sector, and how should we have this collaboration among the traditional participants of the market, so we can have the welfare and prosperity for our consumers? Okay, thank you. So today's session is the challenges and possibilities, opportunities for financial sector, and I would like to focus not only on clients and users, entrepreneurs, and physical entities, but also about the companies that work at this market. First of all, not banks that try to bring opportunities to the market, and those who can survive at the market just by means of these products and services. So I represent these companies, WooPay, and we try to survive during 10 years. We try to gain money, to earn money in these difficult conditions. If we talk about benchmark and world experience, our colleagues really describe it perfectly about the second directive and its ecosystem, niche decisions, different solutions. But two theses I would like to draw your attention to: this payment directive, and that allows equally to get the information and availability for the client, for fintech and banks. It makes it equal a little bit, aligns it. This access, absolutely new business models can appear just because the client has the right to choose by himself, and it is really important. And as one of such examples, very interesting examples, there is a Kazakhstan Bank 131. It is just a transaction bank. They've got the license without different loans, credits, deposits, just transactions. Their focus is just transactions. In such models, sometimes within the frameworks of legislation structures of different countries and among the basic payment services, we can mention such giants as currency and TransferWise and others. And these problems could be solved this way, and banks could do that, and we could wait. But nevertheless, if there is an opportunity, there is a right, such rock and roll stars appear. And that's what we have, what is systematized in Kazakhstan. Speaking about this business, we can divide it into 4 blocks: the banks of the second tier, organizations that actually do specific bank operations, payment organizations, and payment agents or payment sub-agents. So considering these 4 types, banks are just super top, excellent, wonderful infrastructures with money, with innovations, and payment engines. Those are the ones that are the simplest ones, simple functions. And in the middle, we have these constructions. Organizations having these or those activities, bank activities, to agrarian companies, Kaspost, and Simir, I think. So I guess it's a little bit more than payment organization, but it's not the bank, and there are payment organizations. Now there are more than 100 of those, and there were not too many of those. But during last years, Russian and Baltic entrepreneurs come in. We've got more of those. I don't see these players in the market really actively. I don't know why we've got it, but still, I would like to discuss those whom I can see in Kazakhstan. And we really have payment market, and I would like to talk about these companies. So it appears to be that among these payment organizations, we have those giant ones like mobile operators, Kiwi, i2pay, Kiem, WhoopPay. And I would like to draw your attention to several cases that allow to create these payment organizations. We, as WhoopPay, we provide Plus, our platform, e-money as service, and mobile operators. Together with them, we have created the market of paying for the mobile phones in participation of Halyk as emittent of money. And a great number of useful functions, paying for the parking tickets and different fine for the tickets, and during coronavirus and others. KEM, they went even further. It was very cool. Those guys, what they do from i2pay, teamwork with social wallet, that is something that moves, drives, and develops the market. We have new players. Great thanks to Visa company for grants for this best world practices come to our market. We have the card connected to the wallet thanks to Visa. R2 and Smart, they have interesting projects, and new players appear, and there are different bridges provided by them, and niche solutions, and market grows and develops. is being developed too. So about perspectives of payment market, we were thinking what to tell. And about VR and artificial intelligence, well, anyone can do that. Any bank can do that. So what's the unique aspect and what for do we need to have these payment organizations? The key aspect is that these are the existing players at the market, like rock stars. And for them and for us, first of all, we should understand what's the further trend from National Bank, because now we're limited. We have strong banks in Kazakhstan, and there are several theses that can be proved by any payment organization. Business Kaspi, it's Business Kaspi. You will not be able to think about long-term history, even if it will not increase the ecosystem Kaspi, then maybe they will merge you or they will have the analog approach. Halyk Bank is a very technological, cool team, but again, this glass ceiling and some tasks from them and from different players.
And Freedom Bank is a vivid founder, but there's a spectacular bank, and there is a Freedom Pay, but many players are reluctant to go in, and I'd like to speak about the payment organizations as a driver, and that we are really limited, we're really restricted legally wise, because any opportunity to launch every project for the National Bank, everything comes via bank. Money are emitted via banks, cards are emitted via banks. If you want to convert something, everything is done via banks. And here we face a huge problem that, yes, we're ready to discuss these plays with the national banks. They hit the ceiling because this is going to be either M&A with one of the existing players, or this is moving to other markets, or there is a bank coming because the bank develops its own ecosystem and just picks the niche. We can have a different attitude to the travel industry, agent companies, but we can say that the banks simply took this market from Aviata, Choco Travel, simply by including them into their ecosystem. So it's an interesting point here that banks can enter new market and simply take it because they develop this systems. That's a market approach, and that's all right. The players can re-enter, but the entry point is spectacularly expensive, and it is very important here to understand further the position of the National Bank, how it's going to be built, very cool innovations, and we're actively look after them, and so we're trying to be the part of the working group, because the digital Tenge is, and I'm the first fan of this project, because the cash you have is from the National Bank. The money in the banking account are not quite the same, because as soon as you transfer the money or replenish the account with the ATM, it's become the obligation of the bank. So a lot of interesting things comes up. There's a lot of regulatory aspects that restrict the banks, and we have a number of precedents. And for us, it was complex when the banks lost their license, and we couldn't take their we couldn't withdraw our money, and the risks are ours. Yes, of course, there are various players that can join the project and transfer the money. And then, what's interesting, why the social payments that are state and address should basically be done by the commercial organization that had zero efforts in organizing that, or some other examples as well. And all these things, it turns out, once again, maybe the super opportunities for the bank. The open banks is a very cool project. Whatever takes place in Europe and in UK, we're actively monitoring that. But throughout these years, we know what banks are cool, and we know that the Halyk Bank is a really cool bank, and then the Alpha Bank had really cool technologies. And all banks have their diseases, And getting into the project knowing all these problems, and that is the strategy of the banks, there is no sense in that because we're losing money, because we don't have a leverage from the government, we don't have the deposits and the loans that we could earn from. So the transaction income is 0.2% from the turnover, so it's not really super easy. Cryptocurrencies, we've met the representatives of Binance in Dubai and in Kazakhstan. Really cool. I like this project, and we have a card that could be digital by the legislation of Kazakhstan, and everything would be clear. From the cryptocurrency account, you pay either via QR or some card account, but all pilots are done within banks. And banks say, you know, we can do it ourselves. If it won't work out, we'll call you. But most probably it won't happen. I don't want to be inclined to the negativity aspect because we're all living and we're evolving. But the construction that is being presented to us is a super banking model. You know, the word super is being widely applied in politics. I'd like to consider this super banking model that the regulator provides us, and would like very much so that we as a payment organization would see the evolution leap, you know, evolutionary chance. So getting licenses in some kinds of banking activities so that we could maybe in the infrastructure of national banks, so the accounts could be opened, so some opportunities could be had for rock and roll competition with banks. Thank you. Thank you very much for your point of view. So different questions were asked to the regulator, and the expectations were shared, and it would be very interesting to know your point of view. Of course, thank you very much for the floor given to me. I couldn't hold myself and not comment the previous speaker. Well, starting with the Binance representative, our main goal as a regulator, we have built within the regulatory MFCA platform, we're trying to establish the correct regulatory policy, of course, within a framework of, first of all, is the protection of the consumer's rights. Second, is to decrease the regulatory arbitrage of costs, so there would be counterbalance of interest. And the third, which we have always told, yes, of course, we have the gray zone in the market. We have to open a window for innovations. But how could we open it so we won't see abuses on these platforms? So right now, together with the MFCA and the participants of the market, we have a detailed discussion how it should be built, how the regulatory position should be structured so we would avoid such abuse in this market. But at this, the balance of interest should always be kept so that the innovation would permeate, they would develop, and the market would earn from that, and consumers as well with that. As per the freedom, of course, a freedom group, that is, when we're speaking about the open banking data, of course, we're getting back to the most important process is the big data that is currently retranslated via the Ministry of Digitalization, and the main goal of the regulator for the financial market is to structure the information delivery with the aim of the protection of information and its manageability, so the consumer, first of all, would understand what is being known about him, because as it has been stated right now by the members, every information may be monetized, especially biometric data. So you can prepare the analysis for every individual, so you can have a scoring, and he either would get a loan or not. So, but the main task, the main goal, is not to violate the interest of the consumers and to build this system for the protection of data from the side of the consumer. So not just in a way that the financial market players would develop analytical means and would sell the information and data to each other, so that the consumer could set his foot in the door, so to say. So this is what concerns us as a regulator. As for the digital Tenge, yes, we see the prospect that many countries are involved in that, and the most global that what we seek is is to give an additional impulse in the innovation permeation. Of course, the innovation are aimed at the improvement of the services for consumers. Of course, it should not become some kind of anchor or a stop that would basically hinder the process. This service should give an impulse to all other services for development. As per the fintech companies, the question that is being raised, the key important task that we're trying to identify is to set the regulatory position in such a way, the liberal position in this way for all the participants is a soft support of payment organizations and a strong pressure on the banks. If we would balance these processes, we're ready to give you the access to the infrastructure and develop your innovations to balance. First of all, I would be repeating myself very often, is the protection of consumers' rights, and most important, the transparency of your activities, so that there would be a guarantee of settlements, guarantee that all the funds will be protected from the on the consumer side, and that the payment that he gives to you would be transferred to the endpoint. And if we, as regulators, would not establish a transparent environment in the right way, which we very often call ecosystem, currently this is a closed one. It's not transparent in regards to the regulator, and here we see high risks. And as a regulator, we want to balance these risks for all participants, and maybe you can become one of the main participants of the market. So we've sent the draft of the law. We submitted the draft of the law. Not everyone supported these adjustments. Everyone asks for their access, but please without control, because we're not ready. It won't work this way. If you want to have the full-fledged participant, we have to balance the risks, at least what the regulator sees. Thank you very much. I apologize. Those standards that has been submitted to us with a huge charter capital, more than $1 billion, and those control that is of fintech process. Yes, it's very close to the banks, but what is being suggested as new opportunities is simply lacking, and that's the biggest problem. Yes, this is what we speak about. First of all, you're saying about that the increase of a charter capital. When we see the company that has transfers for 600 billion tenge, and it exceeds even the amounts of the second level of middle level banks. So, first of all, we need to see the guarantees of the settlements in case if something would be missed along the way. And the second thing, if we were going to increase the second part of it, it would be automatically be opened. It should not be somehow regulated legislatively. So the law stipulates that with the standards we would do this, and we would correct the regulatory part to alleviate the risks, to provide the infrastructure, but with lowered stress tests in order to avoid the unfair arbitrage between the participants. Thank you very much. I think we've had quite a lively discussion, which pleases me again, and that the red line along all the speeches is the consumer's interests, and our goals here are met, so that our financial service would be innovative for the consumers, so the data exchange should be secured, and a special standpoint of the regulator in Kazakhstan and the state agencies on the whole in Kazakhstan is pro-innovative, and it really helps. So it's like a spiral. On the other hand, the participants of the market actively move forward. A lot of question is already at hand for a collaborative workout. As another observation, as a moderator, undoubtedly everyone shares his interesting insights and states about the interest of his or his group. And the next step of the collaboration, when we would be ready to listen others and to find a common ground around this position, because I'm convinced that there is a room for consensus for our common well-being, and so that our country would become new Kazakhstan. I would like, on my personal behalf, to thank the audience, our wonderful speakers at this panel session. A lot of subject for follow-up discussion has been identified, so I would ask the audience to give their round of applause to the speakers of today's session. And thank you all very much.